All right, I believe we're on the air. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Gypsy woman told my mother before I was born, you got a boy child coming, you're gonna be a son of a gun. He's gonna make pretty women jump and shout. Then the world's gonna know what is it all about. Well, I'm here. Everybody knows I'm here. I'm a hoochie coochie man. Everybody knows I am. Got a black cat bone. I got a mojo too. I got the Johnny Conqueror. I'm gonna mess with you. I'm gonna make you pretty girls lead me by my hand. Then the world's gonna know I'm a hoochie coochie man. Yes, I'm here. Everybody knows I'm here. I'm a hoochie coochie man. Everybody knows I am. On the 7th hour, on the 7th day, on the 7th month, 7 doctors say he was born for good luck, and that you'll see. I got $700. Don't you fuck with me, 'cause I'm here. Everybody knows I'm here. I'm a hoochie coochie man. Everybody knows I'm here. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Happy 4th of July. Doing a special holiday stream here for Friday, 4th of July. Extra one this week. I just did one 2 days ago. Let me get the background music started up here. Frank Morgendorfer says, good morning, Ed. Happy 4th of July. You too, man. Ron says, can't wait. Julian Santaguida says, me too, can't wait either. Happy birthday, America, and happy 4th of July. Ron says, hell yeah. Let's see. Mitchell Nathanson says, nothing more appropriate for this year's 4th than an extra large helping of the blues. And Ron says, congratulations on sending those tea-drinking Nancy boys packing. Let's see. He says, how are you, brother? I'm doing pretty good, you know. Didn't get to cook today, like didn't get to barbecue anything, but still having a good 4th of July. Went out and got myself some Jefferson's bourbon to drink here on the show. Like cask strength, so it's 65% alcohol. Oh God. He says, appreciate the extra stream. Cool, appreciate it, man. All right, where's my lighter? Ron says, nice, never tried that one. I've drank the regular Jefferson's before. It's really good bourbon. I don't know about this stuff. It might have a lot of fire in it because it's 65% alcohol. But we'll find out. I paid enough for it. I paid like $50 for it. Keith Kearney says, happy 4th. What's up, man? Mitchell says, do you do Deep Ellum blues? I don't know the words to it. That's one a lot of bluegrass bands used to play. Like I heard Jim and Jesse doing it like a long time ago. It's like, oh mama, daddy's got them Deep Ellum blues. Yeah, my sister's going to start shooting fireworks in a minute, so we're probably going to hear all that outside. Like just a minute. They wanted me to come out there. I was like, I'm doing a show tonight. Come on, camera. Focus, camera. Let's go ahead and try this this Jefferson stuff here. Piece of shit, camera. Come on, focus. There we go. Let's go ahead and get the festivities underway here. Celebrating the independence of America. And I can't get this bottle open. Well, do I have a knife? Kent Kearney says machine gun Jimi Hendrix. That's a tall order without a band. Okay, what can I get this thing open with? Doesn't seem to be a knife in here. There's a knife right there on the wall. Man, they meant this stuff was going to be sealed. Fuck! Plastic still ain't off of it. It's sprayed everywhere. All right. Got liquor all over the place. That's a good start. So anyway, we'll take a vote on it. Since this is America, damn it. Let's see. What do y'all say? The Jefferson's Reserve Cast Strength Bourbon, or the Bushmills Irish Whiskey? Y'all tell me. Mad Max says, let's do a shot of Buffalo Trace. I wish I had some of that. That's some pretty good stuff. And DZL Matias says, hello, Edward. How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Kent Kearney says, nail, edge, or screw if corked. Mad Max Mofo says, my birthday's in 2 days, partner. Oh, damn. That's cool. Happy birthday, dude. Ron says, bourbon. He says, I like Buffalo Trace. I believe I've had it once. It was pretty good. Mitchell says, this is America's birthday. Go with the bourbon. All right. Mad Max says, happy Independence Day, man. Same back at you. Johnny says, go for the Bushmills. Bourbon winning so far. Julian says go for the bourbon. All right, we'll do the bourbon. Out of the patented Ed Phillips blue shot glass, which is filthy, but it's just so high proof. I don't think I'm gonna do the whole shot. Like I'm just do a half shot. All right, let's take it down. Cheers, l'chaim, prost, slanta, all that good stuff. Mad Max says do full. Well, hell, yeah, I haven't drank anything today. Might as well just do a full shot. Hell. Dennis says Irish. Ron says I have some Matthew Gloag scotch tonight. That's pretty cool. Alrighty, fill her up. Piss on it. Here goes nothing. 65% alcohol. That's a 130 proof. Woo! Yes, it's got a smell to it. Cheers, y'all. Down the hatch. Yeah, that'll wake you up. Yeah. Got a little bit of fire in it, It's so high proof. Good stuff, though. Dave says, "Burn, baby, burn." Ron says, I tend to love cast strength stuff. I haven't bought too many bottles of cast strength liquor. Like, it was pretty good. More like sipping stuff, Ron says, Ed's buzz in 3, 2, 1. Right, yeah. I still got the damn absinthe out here, too. Jody says, I would need a chaser. Nah. You got to get used to it. Where's the background music? There it goes. Can y'all hear that? I don't have a mix. I'm not wearing like in-ears or anything like that. Ron says, how'd you feel Thursday morning? Pretty bad. Absinthe's got a pretty bad hangover. I got the cables everywhere. I got the Gibson SG tonight, the 61 reissue with the funny whammy bar on it. He says, can turn it up a tiny bit. All right. Mad Max says, I need some cola and Jameson's. You don't need to mix that stuff. Ron says, I was hung most of the day. I'm hung all the time. So he's turned up a little bit. There we go. Mad Max says, Derek Trucks. Yeah, that's what he played, right? The Johnny from Ohio. What's up, man? How you doing? Hello from South Kakalaki. A state that threw out its royal governor before the fucking Declaration of Independence was even signed. Ron says, Mitchell asked a question. Wait, where was it? Let me find it. I don't think I caught it. I know he asked about Deep Ellum Blues, which is the one I don't know. Johnny says, I'm looking out for a decent SG. They're very good guitars. It's kind of like the Stratocaster version of a Gibson. A little easier to work with than a Les Paul, you know. Ron says he asked if you know Deep Ellum Blues. Yeah, that's one that I'm familiar with the psalm. I don't really know it. Used to hear bluegrass bands playing it all the time, like a long time ago when I went to bluegrass festivals. Ron says, not sure what it is. Yes, it's an old-ass song, probably from the 20s or 30s. I think the Grateful Dead covered it, too.
Time goes too fast when you're trying to say goodbye.
He says, what era? Probably the 30s, around there. It's a pre-war song. Not sure who did it originally. Sebastian Halfpenny says, hey brother, we made it. Happy 4th of July. What's up, man? Happy 4th back at you. Even though you bees up in Canada. Mad Max says, I only play a Les Paul nowadays, nothing else. Yeah, I got my old 70s Les Paul, like I bring it out on the show sometimes. I mean, the SG does solve a lot of the problems with a Les Paul. Like, it's not heavy, you know, it's got more access down the neck. Mitchell says, it's an old song, but yeah, the Dead did it also. Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, I heard people doing it, like, probably back in the 80s and 90s, like when I was a kid, like bluegrass guys doing it. It's just kind of more in the, maybe the folk department, right? Let's think of something to play here. Sebastian says, well, the SG is almost half the cost of a Les Paul, and you get a lot of guitar with one of those. Yeah, that's true. I remember when they cost $800. Like, that was a while back. that one there cost like $2,000. Mad Max says, do Cream? I could probably play some Cream. Hell. If I hadn't forgot to turn my amp on. Johnny says, I go LP Deluxe. I keep it under the bed and only play it sometimes. Kent Kearney says, love Levon Helm live at the Ryman, does Deep Ellum too. Great sound. He's talking about Levon Helm from the band. You know, the band, like from Canada. Sebastian says, $2,000 here for an SG Standard. Ouch. Man, I think they're about maybe $1,500 here. I'm not sure. I'd have to check. Mad Max says, I play a Marshall AC 50. Julian says, how about some Lightning Hopkins? Bring me my shotgun on the Gibson SG. I can do that. All right. And Mad Max says, for my vocals.
Fell down on my knees, down to the crossroad, fell down on my knees.
beg for mercy. Say, poor Bob, if you please. I went down to the crossroad, trying to beg and right. Down to the crossroad, trying to beg and right. Nobody seemed to know me. Everybody passed me by. Going down to Rosedale, take my rider by my side. Going down to Rosedale, take my rider by my side. Still barrel house, baby, down by the riverside. Take my rider by my side. Still proud eyes, baby, down by the riverside. You can run, tell my friend boy with the ground. Standing at the crossroad, I'm sinking down. It's the Cream version of Crossroads there. I'm more famous for doing the Robert Johnson version of it. But then we had a request for Bring Me My Shotgun. All right. Sebastian says, is that a slim neck or a thicker profile? This is very thin neck. My shotgun, lighting bound, I go shoot again. Bring me my shotgun, lightning bound, I go shoot again. I'm gonna shoot my old lady. She's been running around with too many men. Bring me my shotgun, Lord, and a pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun, Lord, and a pocket full of shells. gonna shoot my old lady, throw her down in that deep dug well. She said, lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. She said, lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you right now, my double-barrel shotgun just won't fire. All right. Lightning Hopkins there on the SG. I hate playing that thing with a thumb pick too. Like I'd probably like scratch up the damn finish. Got the small pick guard like they had in the 60s on there. Christy Bush says, nice, I've done those before. Jeffrey Albertson says, Spanish Caravan's the best Doors song in my view. The intro guitar is great. Yeah, Robbie Krieger actually messed around with flamenco like before he joined the Doors. But Ron says, good now, good company, good music, good food, good drink. Julian Santaguida says, if Lightning Hopkins went from blues singer to rock singer. And Ron says, I was working outside earlier and the heat took it out of me. Ron says, Spanish Caravan? I like so many Doors songs, not sure which is my favorite. Yeah, I don't know what my favorite one is by the Doors. I mean, I'm like an album cuts type of guy, you know. I like the weird shit. I don't know, Not to Touch the Earth, like fucking, ooh. Yes, the River Knows, that was a good one. Jody says, nice, turned it up, all the neighbors can hear. You have to let them hear it, man. Shasta X says, if we had an applause meter, we would turn it up. Appreciate that. Jeffrey Albertson says, good evening, party people, and Ed, happy Independence Day. Let us remember the qualities and sacrifices that make our country great. Those last forever, longer than any 2, 4, 6 year term. Yeah, that's true. Scrabble B says, as a kid, my favorite was Peace Frog. Thanks for water. It's nice and hot, I'll tell you that. It was like 94 Fahrenheit today. What do y'all got for me here? Go back and read some of these comments I probably missed. Ron says, I cooked a barbecue and a pork belly today, almost done. Yeah, pork belly's really good. You might have to have a conversation with your cardiologist after you cook that. Randy Downing says, happy 4th, everybody. I got an SG Standard from Sweetwater a few years ago for $1,500. Really nice guitar. Cool, yeah. I had to get the weird 60s one. Like I'm like a 60s lover, you know. With the weird whammy bar on it. Won't stay in tune for shit. Jeffrey Albertson says Krieger's a legend from the Doors, finger picking style. Yeah, he never used a pick. I think he just had like long fingernails. Kent Kearney says check out reissue cuts and rarities from Mystery Train and L.A. Woman. What, like Mystery Train? I didn't know they did Mystery Train. Damn, old Elvis tune. Let's try that one. Let's try that one on the SG. Not really a finger picking type of guitar. Well, unless you ask Robbie Krieger, but some rockabilly here. Probably need to knock some of the overdrive off of it. Let's see. A little more. How about some delay? Shit. There we go.
Train I ride, 16 coaches long. Train I ride, 16 coaches long. That long black train got the baby gone. Train, coming round the bend. Train, coming round the bend. Well, it took my baby, but it never will again, Train, coming down the line. Train, coming down the line. Well, it took my baby, but she's mine, oh mine, mine, oh mine. Train, coming around the bend. Train, coming around the bend. Well, it took my baby, but it never will again, will again, will again. Old Sun Records shit there. Some old early Elvis. There goes the fireworks. I just heard the first one. Fireworks are legal as hell in South Carolina. Them poor people in Georgia over there, like they have to drive over here to buy them. Isn't they're illegal in Georgia? Ron leaves some links to my stuff there, the Patreon and the album and all that good stuff. Thank you for doing that, man. But yeah, super chats are the life of this show, so You know, if y'all feel like tipping me, showing me a little love, send me a super chat. I would appreciate that a lot. I don't put ads on these or nothing like that. Kind of like busking here on the internet. Michael Montrule sends me a Canadian $10. He says, time for some Catfish Blues. All right, I'll do that for you. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Let's, hang on. Catfish Blues by Robert Petway originally. Of course, blues standard today. Also on my first album. All right, let's do some Delta shit.
Struck me last night, believe I'll take a stroll out west, take a stroll out west, take a stroll out west. Well, if I was a catfish mama swimming down in the deep blue sea, you gals now putting out hooks on me, putting out hooks on me, putting out hooks on me. Well, I went down to the church house, and I called on me to pray.
Delta Blues right there, the Catfish Blues. Just about everybody covered that one. That was like close to the original version that Robert Petway did. We got a few super chats here. Randy Downing sends me $10. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that. And Patrick Jablonski, another $10. Thank you, man. Much appreciated. And we got Kent Kearney sends another $10. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate those super chats, y'all. Lets me know I'm doing a decent job here. What kind of comments we got here? David A. Graka Graysaw says, haven't seen you in a while. Dig the new hat. I appreciate that. It's a pimp hat that I bought at an antique store. Paid about $20 for it. Christy says, hey, Randy, thank you. Ron says, thanks for showing Ed some love. Yeah, I do appreciate that. Kent Kearney says, and receive. Ron says, thanks for the appreciation. Rob says, damn, I could lay some roads down on that easily. Ed's voice makes it. I appreciate that, man. Lilo says, sick. Ron says, right on, Kent. Christy says, wow, Kent. And she says, too cool, Patrick. Mad Max says, just got online, got a show, cool. Yep, this is our 4th of July episode. I did one last year. Jeffrey Albertson says, had some ribs today, hotter than 3 hills in Georgia. One of those 3 shirts, 4 shower days. Yeah. Pretty hot today. It was like 94 here. Ron says, plucky picking man, appreciate that. Shasta X says, watch out for those EMG pickups on a Chibson Les Paul. They can become loose from the housing and fall down into the hole. I never had a Chibson, but I do have a Chickenbacher. Like I got a Chinese Rickenbacker. Jody says, good shit. Oh, tons here illegal on the 3rd and 4th. Mad Max says, will you do a Halloween stream? Probably, yeah. I don't know what day of the week it's on this year. Mad Max says, favorite holiday? Probably either Halloween or Christmas or Thanksgiving. I can't pick one. I like Halloween a lot. Rob says, Chickenbacher for the chicken picker. Yes, it's a Rickenbacker 12 string, or a fake Rickenbacker. Somebody bought it for like $500 and brought it to me. He's like, look at what I got. I got a damn Rickenbacker for $500. And he was like, the thing's like not quite right. Would you check it out for me? And I looked at it and finally figured out it was fake. And it actually says made in USA on the headstock and stuff. And after I told him it was fake, he just let me have it. I feel like drinking a little absinthe. What do y'all think? Let's go for it, hell. Ron says, I had a set of top-end EMGs. They really scream and the ceramic coating stops feedback. Only downside is they lack warmth. And he said, good idea drinking the absinthe. Well, drinking absinthe is not always a good idea, but I'm going to do it anyway. Some cold water. Find my tools here. You gotta have tools to make absinthe. Sugar cube. Julian Santaguida says it's really hard when life gives you shit. It just gives you America's birthday. I don't like chips and those products. More like that company wants to scam you. Christy Bush says, I think you're crazy. Yeah, probably. Mad Max says, yeah, sounds interesting. Ron says, I like bad ideas sometimes. Rob says, I can smell it. Alrighty. Oh yeah, I gotta pour the drink in there first. Lucid brand absinthe. This is the real shit too. I mean, it's not like phony baloney absinthe that's got green food coloring. Let me restart the chat really quick. I think computer's getting kind of glitchy. All right, we're back. Mad Max says, ha. Jody says, that the real stuff nowadays hard to find. Yes, it's the real shit. It's got like whole herbs they put in there, like when they make it, like there's no oils or nothing like that. Gary Gaither says, U.S. Army hanging out. What's up, man? How you doing? Happy 4th of July. Rob says, got hammered in Louisiana on one time. on absinthe ever since I can just smell it seeing the tools. Mad Max says, does it make you high? Well, it'll get you drunk, as Samuel L. Jackson would say. Let's measure out a shot here. All right. Into the patented martini glass. Fork. Sugar cube. Trying to open, yeah, there we go. Let her drip. Gotta let the sugar cube like soak in the water for a second to kind of loosen it up. Rob says, nah, Mad Max makes you cultured. Yeah, it makes you all goth and stuff, right? BB King Kong says, nice sound, new sub. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Rob says, wormwood is key. Yeah, this stuff does have wormwood in it. Mad Max says, is he British? I am, like, heritage-wise. Julian says, I'm looking forward to your Halloween and Christmas live streams. Halloween will be on Friday, October the 31st. Cool, it's on Friday this year. He says, I might dress up as Steven from Minecraft. Who are you? I'm Steven Chicken Jockey. Mad Max is the Addams Family. There we go. Now, let's get this stuff dripping here. Just gotta let it drip slowly. That's the ritual. Getting fucked up Vincent Van Gogh style. It's got to get all the sugar dissolved there. Get enough liquid in there to kind of dilute the stuff. Let's speed it up here. Okay, that ought to do it. Give it a stir. And that's how you make absinthe. Jody says, been a minute since I had that. Cheers. Been a while since I had any. Oh, there goes them fireworks. Or was that my amp crackling? Rob says, oh boy, here we go. I love to add acid to mine. Been a few years on that front. He says, I like the Al Jorgensen style. Yeah. Good stuff, can you buy Ouzo for half the price and still get the same taste? Pretty much. Ricardo says, the best blues interpreter of USA. I appreciate that very much, man. Rob says, she thick. Kent Kearney says, Eddie from Peace of Mind, Trick or Treat Studios Mass. Check out their site. Have to look them up. Ron says, Ed the bartender. I don't know enough drinks to be a bartender. Usually, when I'm not drinking like beer and liquor, like if I get tired of those for a while, I'll drink like some, tiki drinks like Mai Tais and stuff like that. That's about all I know how to make. Rob says, pro tip, add some salt to hide the licorice. Now, the licorice tastes fine to me. Ron says, it's the hardest spirit to make on your own of any I know. I bet it is. I mean, it's kind of complicated. It's got, got herbs and all that stuff in it. And it takes a very neutral alcohol. Shasta X sends me $2. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. Super chats are the life of this show. I appreciate that a lot. Let's smoke this cigarette. We might play a couple of more blues songs. I need to put this water back in the fridge, keep it cool. Randy Downing says, Rob, I'm 68, and the last time I had absinthe was decades ago. I added some blotter, and holy moly. yeah, if you want to trip on it, you pretty much have to add something to it. Like when I first tried it in college in the 2000s, like we heard like, yeah, absinthe will make you trip balls, man. And we drank it, and like nothing happened. It was like, ah, shit. We drank it straight too. We didn't know the ritual. Shasta says, I had to miss half the Def Letter Blues last time. I'll play that in just a little bit. And Patrick Jablonski says, Love in Vain. I can do that for you. All right. Rob says, you ain't seeing no damn fairies, but you add some shrooms or LSD. Oh, yeah. Said, I figured the alcohol would fuck up the acid. Lilo says, what did you major in, Ed? Double major. I took math and computer science. Graduated magna cum laude. Oh, smart. Let's see. Rob says, and holy shit, it's a whole other trip entirely. He says enhances it. Julian says, I don't like the taste of licorice. It's like someone mixed cough medicine and sugar together. I prefer the taste of caramel chocolate. I don't like licorice as a food, but I like it in alcohol. Love me some ouzo. You know, that's like a licorice taste, basically. It does the same thing when you put water in it, by the way. It turns cloudy. Oh, yeah, I hear the fireworks going off out there. All right, let's play a couple here. Rob says, Jägermeister? Yeah, I used to drink that in college. I mean, this stuff here is kind of like evil Jägermeister. Mad Max says, any punk? Might play some punk a little bit later, get enough alcohol in me. Mad Max says, shoot any? No, I didn't get to. Like, by the time I got on this stream, like, you know, it was still daylight outside. Like 8:30 here, like the sun's still up. Ron says, thanks, Shasta. Every tip shows Ed. We appreciate what he does. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. James Bath says, ever had Arak, Lebanese ouzo? I never had that. Yeah, I buy me a bottle of ouzo every now and then. You know, it's good stuff. Like my Greek shit, you know. Mitchell Nathanson says, where did you go to college? I went to USC, not California, South Carolina, University of South Carolina. Rob says, Texas, it could be 7 a.m. or 8:30 p.m. right now. Maxwell's World says, do you have moonshine? Yes, I do. Might whip that out later. What were those requests now? Let me see. We had a request for Love in Vain and one for Def Letter. Okay. We'll do that. Let's do some Def Letter.
Suitcase and I took off down the road. By the time I got there, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase and I took out down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her. They began to let her down. Looked like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. Didn't know I loved her, baby. They began to let her down. Well, I walked in real close and I leaned down in her face. Then I won't see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. Well, walked in real close and I leaned down in her face. Said I won't see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. Sun went down. I didn't have a soul to throw my arms around. Well, didn't know I loved her till the good Lord sun went down. Didn't have a soul, baby, to throw my arms around. Love's hard old fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes will leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, love's hot on fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, I woke up this morning feeling for my shoes. Well, you know by that, baby, I got the walking blues. Well, woke up this morning feeling round for my shoes. Well, you know by that, baby, I got the walking blues.
Delta Blues, and continuing with that, we'll do some Love in Vain by Robert Johnson. And I got to read the lyrics for that one. Let me see here. See what these fireworks look like for a second. like really cool when you're playing, you know, and something goes pow, right? Alrighty. A bit of Robert Johnson right here. Song that the Rolling Stones covered back in the 60s.
And I followed her to the station, with my suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. It's hard to tell, it's hard to tell. All your love's in vain, all my love's in vain. When the train rode up to the station, and I looked her in the eye. Oh, when the train rode up to the station, and I looked her in the eye. So lonesome, but I could not help but cry. All my love's in vain. When the train, he left the station, there was two lights on behind. When the train left the station, there was two lights on behind. The blue light was my blue, and the red light was my mind. All my love's in vain. Ooh, Willie Mae. Ooh, Willie Mae. All my love's in vain. All my love's in vain.
A signature piece by the great Robert Johnson, king of the Delta Blues right there. Sebastian says, awesome job, sounding tight. Appreciate that, man. Maxwell's World says, trust me, it's like a war zone here. Yes, pretty noisy out there. I don't know if the mic is picking some of that stuff up. Avalon Dreamin' says, happy 4th to you. Randy Downing says, love in vain, tuning up. Yes, in standard tuning. Elvira sends me some clappy hands. Thank you very much for that. Maxwell's World says, happy Independence Day. Well, you too, man. Right back at you. Music Blogger says, Maxwell's World, it's funny. I just ran across your name right as I started brewing up a pot of Maxwell House coffee. Life can be random at times. Ron says, great stuff, Ed. Antonio says, grandissima voce. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, man. Tim Gagan's Music says, oh, yeah, I'm so glad I could catch you live this time around. Welcome to the show, man. Rob says, it's the Battle of Texas out here. Maxwell's World says, play some Blind Lemon Jefferson. I might can do old Matchbox, but, it'd be like a goddamn Carl Perkins version of it. I can't play his version of it. He was a pretty weird guitar player, like that Blind Lemon Jefferson was. I can do that in a little bit. Yeah, that Blind Lemon Jefferson was pretty much the first, country blues singer to get really famous. He made a lot of money, actually. He says, play some Blind Blake. I can do that for you. Smoke this cigarette here. Rob says, I'm not joking. These guys are smoking up at least 100 a minute, and it's just ramping up. I'm in between the trailer park and barrio suburbs of Houston. Yes, it's getting pretty crazy out there. Shasta says, it's possible that Ed might be the best blues artist around right now. I don't know, man. I appreciate it. Maxwell says it's like World War II out there. Oh, around here, they'll shoot that shit for like 2 days. They'll be shooting it the day after fucking 4th of July. Ron sends me Canadian $6.99. He says, Diddy Wall, Diddy please. Talk about some Blind Blake. All right, I'll do that for you. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. No ads on these live streams, so I do appreciate it when y'all tip me in the tip bucket. Music Blogger says, realize, real lies. Give me a tongue twister there. Let's do some Blind Blake. Some ragtime style blues, like kind of Piedmont type blues, like from the East Coast. It's a great big mystery, and it sure is a word indeed. It's a diddy won't diddy. It's a diddy won't diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what diddy won't diddy mean. I had a little girl about 4 feet 4. She said, now Papa can give me some more. That diddy won't diddy. That diddy won't diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what did it want, did it mean. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Diddy Walt Diddy. Mr. Diddy Walt Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what did it want, did it mean. Girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Walt Diddy. Mr. Diddy Walt Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Walt Diddy mean. Sister, I'll soon be gone. Give me that thing you sitting on. That Diddy Walt Diddy. Yo, Diddy Walt Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Walt Diddy mean. Then I got put out of church for Talking about Diddy Walt Diddy, too much Mr. Diddy Walt Diddy. That Diddy Walt Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Walt Diddy mean. That's a tough one right there. Good old Blind Blake, also a very successful recording artist back in the 1920s and 30s. Randy Downing says it's weirdly quiet in Colorado right now. I'm not complaining. Lots of vets with PTSD in my neighborhood, but it's usually a war zone by now. Yeah, like animals, people with PTSD, like the fireworks can fuck with them and stuff. That's one thing to take into consideration when you're shooting those fucking things off. Rob says, so it's just G-chord roll off. Never quite noticed that great walking structure shapes there. I think he might be talking about Def Letter. Jody says, hate it for the dogs and vets. Ron says, so many people living here that aren't Americans, LOL. Living there that aren't Americans, yeah. Ron's in Canada. Let's see, Kent Kearney says, yes, pets don't like fireworks. Terror. Rob says, USMC here. My dogs hate it. I get nostalgia. Kent Kearney says, TCB, Rob. Ron Swanson says, thanks, Edward. That was crispy, brother. Appreciate that, man. Maxwell's World says, play some Charlie Patton. I can do that in just a minute. All right. Rob says, yes, sir. Hoorah. And Chesty Puller and all that. And he says, I do hate it. Does bother my brothers. Shasta X says, my thumb hurts just watching it. It will wear your fucking hand out. Music Blogger says, imagine how blitzed our founding fathers used to get while celebrating this holiday. Yeah, they drank beer like in brandy and all that kind of stuff like every damn day. Bob Langish says, what gauge of strings do you use? It kind of depends on the guitar. Like some I got 10s, some I got 9s, like electrics. One I got like 11s on there. Now, the acoustics back here, the one I just played's got Martin light strings on it. The old resonator over here's got like Martin mediums, I believe. Free Reign Voltaic says, I miss my dog, but I don't miss having to drug him every fourth. Right. Maxwell's World says, takes a load of talent to do what you do. I appreciate that very much, man. Got to finish off this absinthe here. Big lump of sugar down there that didn't get dissolved. Okay, Charlie Patton. Let's pull out old Betsy here. So, yeah, this is my 100-year-old parlor guitar here. Older than 100 years old. It's about 1900 it was built by Lyon and Healy, a Marquette by Lyon and Healy. Same people who made Washburn originally. Where did my pick go? All right, some Delta Blues by the king of the Delta Blues. No, the father of the Delta Blues, they call him. Charlie Patton. It's all a spoon, a hard ass spoonful. These women going crazy every day of their life about us. With your kids
yes I will. All about most every man is a fool about that doctor's dying way in Hot Springs. All about oh baby, oh you know I need that. It's all I want in this creation is a oh baby, oh you know I need that. Don't take me long how to get my I go home, go to bed, wanna fight all about would you kill a man dead? Yes I will. All about oh babe, I'm a fool about that. Gonna slap the judge. All about oh yeah, oh you know I need my. It's all I want in this creation is a most every man ought to fool about oh, it won't take me long how to get my I go home, go to bed, wanna fight all about all that baby, oh you know I need my. Charlie Patton right there, that's some old shit. Like about 1929, I believe that song was done. But he was like a half Cherokee Indian. Lived at Dockery Farms, which you can visit today in Mississippi. BB King Kong says, oh yeah, appreciate that. Rob says, lap steel's a whole other beast, Max. In fact, it's a bit like flying a car versus playing a guitar. Yeah, I've only played like a lap steel one time in my life. And Max's World says, when I get my style, oh, I'm going to name it Stella. Yeah, I wish I had a Stella. Well, I kind of do. It's got like 5 strings on it hanging on the wall. Jody says, ooh, nice. Appreciate that. Rob says, thought this is how it used to be done, and Ed's doing it perfectly. Appreciate that, man. He says, take a parlor guitar and use a glass slide or steel. There were some guys using railroad spikes and all sorts of things. Cosmic Sunbeam says, bong hit. You smoke up, man. Smoke them if you got them. Sebastian Halfpenny says, I believe Stella Brand or Parlor's post-1920s became the Harmony Guitars Company, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Stella's became Harmonies. They sold them in department stores and stuff. When I was a kid, we'd get the J.C. Penney catalog every Christmas, and like they had like Harmony guitars for sale in there. Rob says, DAB time for me, loving that brightness on that Parlor. It's aged so well. Appreciate that, man. Christy says, sounds good, Ed. Thank you very much. Ron Swanson says, brioche buns with barbecued pork belly and homemade coleslaw. That sounds good as hell. Shasta X says, the fireworks don't bother me. I was 11, Charlie. The dog, like, she's under the bed. You know, me, like, I used to get them fucking, like, M80s and shit. Like, back when those were still legal. Basically like a bomb, like a cherry bomb. Like those things. Maxwell's World says, Betsy looked beautiful. Appreciate that. Ron says, I have sauerkraut on one of mine. Yeah, I'm one of those rare people who can eat sauerkraut and stuff. Like, a lot of people don't like it. Sebastian Halfpenny says, what I liked about the Harmonies is that they would use wood source from as early as the 1920s. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
The Shasta X says the lap steel player is never smiling. So Harmony's like used old ass wood. In fact, this one on my wall here, this very cheap guitar here, it's got 5 strings and a tuner broke off. It's actually a Harmony Stella. I think it's from the 70s. It says Harmony on the headstock, and it says Stella inside here, like in the hole here. I don't think you can see it on camera. Got nylon strings on it. Can't really play it because the tuner broke off. Get it back up there on the nail. Let's see, Maxwell's World says, I remember when resonators were either $46 or $65, and goddamn, that would be pretty cool if they still cost that much. Ron says, love that guitar, appreciate that. Kent says, a airline guitar for Montgomery Wards. I had an airline. Like when I was a teenager, I had an old, like, fucking airline guitar from the 1960s. The headstock got broke off of it. Let's see, Sebastian says, I've got a 1972 Sovereign, what replaced the H1 260 that they built from 58 to 71. That's the guitar that Jimmy Page played on the Stairway to Heaven recording. Is that one that, no, that was a Vox guitar that had the, like the bolt-on neck. The acoustic had a bolt-on neck on it. He played that on something. And that's pretty cool, though. Damn. Sebastian says he also used it on half a Led Zeppelin 3. Charlie says, happy 4th of July. Edward, what's up, man? Happy 4th to you. Restart my background music here. Rob says, I need to add an airline guitar to my lineup, something I've never had. That guitar was pretty cool when I had it. It was kind of like a pawn shop type of guitar. You know, it was built in 1964. It had a sticker on the inside of it. Rob says, I just read that. Ron says, I remember those, Ed. Those suckers go boom. Yeah, talking about the M80s and shit. Yeah, they don't sell them here no more. Music Blogger says, I don't like sauerkraut, but it's great medicine for the gut. Yeah, it's got, you know, the bacteria and all that stuff in it. Ron says, hey, Charlie, how do, man? Randy says, really appreciate your knowledge of blues history as well as your great play, and you remember everything. Appreciate that, man. Ron says, good, man. Ron says, have you fixed the cigar box guitar yet? Not yet. I still got to work on it. I'm kind of lazy. Sebastian says, I basically had to rebuild the one I have. The guy I bought it from had passed before he had finished the project. It was basically stripped when I got it for $250. They were running as a 12-string. Oh, okay, damn. Yeah, talk about some fun, like trying to refinish a guitar. But, oh no, he said it finished the project. Yeah. Basically stripped when I got it for $250. So I had to put a bunch of parts on it, like hardware and stuff. Shasta says $40. Sebastian says the Vox was played on Living, Lovin' Made on Zeppelin 2. Oh, okay. I think it was on that like Ramble On or one of them too, like one of those real big ones. Sebastian says, and for the electric parts of Stairway, he's using his Telecaster and Fender Electric 12. Oh, that really? He wasn't using that fucking double-necked SG? God damn, that's kind of a letdown. Maxwell's World says, left-handed guitars have it hard. Sebastian Halfpenny says, on the other half of Zeppelin 3, he played a J200 Jumbo until he went to Martin D28s in 1972 after the 4th album. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I don't know like a whole hell of a lot about Jimmy Page's guitar history, except I know his Telecaster sold a ton of Les Pauls. Shasta X says, I had a Silvertone from Sears. They called it a knuckle buster. I mean, a guitar or amp? Yeah, I guess a guitar, yeah. They had Silvertone amps, too. Sebastian says, I rebuilt the Harmony with all Gibson J45 parts, new bridge, saddle, bone nut. Sounds like a Martin. That's pretty damn cool. Shit. Rob says, I had a Silvertone that had all in one amp and case. God, it was horrible. Talking about some department store shit. Charlie says, I just won an auction the axe George Washington cut the cherry tree with. Both the handle and head have been replaced. That's what they used to say about Lincoln's axe, like Abraham Lincoln's axe. Like, yes, that's the one he used, but you know, the head and the handle have been replaced. Maxwell's World says, if you know so much about blues folklore, then who was Kid Bailey? I don't think I know who he is. Rob says, Montgomery Ward, I think not even Sears version. Oh, shit. And Sebastian says he had the SG built after 1971. Gibson had previously built them, but had brought them back to accommodate Page for the live renditions of Stairway. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so they built that just for him. Ron says, good one, Charlie. I was thinking something that. Nay says, love your music. I appreciate that very much. I think I recognize your profile picture there. Yeah, Danae, what's up? Let's see. Light me a cigarette here. Kent Kearney says, I had a Quick Draw McGraw guitar. El Kabong. Charlie says, Kid Bailey was Mrs. Bailey's son. She says, yes, what's up? How you been doing? I had to get a new Facebook, like got hacked and stuff. Julian Santaguida says, what I like the Epiphone guitars, they have good quality of tone, and I would go for those guitars. If I want to get those guitars, I got to get myself a girlfriend first. Well, the guitar could get you a girlfriend, you know. Ron says, Ed only knows the good ones. Right. Let me swallow water here. Rob says, Kid Bailey is the legitimate heir to Bailey's liquor empire. Oh, okay, damn. Never heard of him. Sebastian, damn it, drop my cap here. Sebastian says, I have a Mike Campbell Dot in shaft double neck that I traded an Ovation for a few years back. It is similar to the double neck SG, except they're both 6 strings, half Telecaster, half Les Paul. Huh. That's kind of crazy. 1853 Infield says, Ed Evere, what's up, man? Sebastian says, a one of, I think, 37 built before the guy that designed it passed. Rob says, I don't know, that was a joke. Looking him up, though. Bo says, a dude has a Slash Appetite Les Paul in new condition for $1,900. Not a Slash fan, but the guitar is awesome. That's probably a pretty good price for it. Sebastian says, Fender and Gibson were getting ready to bring them out for public sale. Maxwell's World says, I've always eyed National guitars. I've always wanted to own one. We used to have a National banjo, like when I was growing up. It got lost. Sebastian says, I'll send you a picture of it. All right, that's cool. I'd love to look at that. 1853 Infield says, I've never done any Robert Cray songs. Ed ever done any Robert Cray songs? No, I wish I knew the words to Smoking Gun. I actually first heard Del McCurry playing that song as a kid. Rob says, okay, Kid Bailey's that far back, damn. Kent Kearney says, Mark Knopfler plays one, beauty. I'll play a couple in a second here. Get a little bit more tobacco in my system. Rob says, we have 2 songs apparently, and it's all of 5 minutes and 49 seconds. 1853 Infield says, you need to check out Night Patrol by Robert. Okay, I'll look that up. All right. Let's do some let's do some hill country blues here. Some northern Mississippi type blues. Once I get this damn AC turned off. flat pick for this. Not that one. Here we go. Tim Gagan's Music sends me $2 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like showing me some love and tipping me and stuff, I don't put ads on these, so yeah, I do appreciate those a lot. Let's see, Banjo Boy says, happy 249th America. Yeah, that's right. Next year's the sesquicentennial, I believe they call it. Kent Kearney says, jumper on the line, R.L. Burnsides. Yes, that's what that was. Christy Bush says, did you have me some pork belly, Ron? Tim Gagan's Music says, can we get What's That Smells Like Fish? I'm in the mood for some good Christian tunes today. All right, we'll do that. Maxwell's World says, do you know any Mississippi John Hurt? I can do that too. All right. So What's That Smells Like Fish? That's some Piedmont Blues by Blind Boy Fuller out of North Carolina. Not too far from where I live. Let's try that. Fucking pick. Here we go.
smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same damn thing you give the other man. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and ain't no pie. It's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. It'll make you weep and it'll make you moan. It's the same damn thing that made me leave my home. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Booty, if you really wanna know. Booty, if you really wanna know.
Little bit of Piedmont blues hokum right there. Smells like fish. What's that? Smells like fish by Blind Boy Fuller. And the other one was some Mississippi John Hurt. We'll do Stack of Lee. All right. Tune down to drop D. Stack of Lee, true story about a pimp who shot a guy about a Stetson hat. Got hanged for it.
Police officer, how can it be? Arrest everybody but a cruel Stack of Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Billy DeMine told Stack of Lee, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Spotted Billy DeMine, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stack of Lee shot Billy DeMine about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Hang him, they were glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Oh, that bad man.
Mississippi John Hurt there from the Delta. Let's see, a Mystery Seeker sends me $8.88 in a super chat. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for that, man. Super chats are the life of the show and much appreciated around here. And y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. Christy Bush says, all right, Mystery Seeker. Ron Swanson says, Blind Boy Fuller ain't easy, brother. That was crispy. Appreciate that, man. He says, Mississippi John Hurt languished in obscurity for 20 years after his first recordings. Then when he was very old, a rediscover happened in the late 50s. Yeah, they found him, like, and he'd done some stuff in the 60s and stuff, like done some records. They went out and tried to find all the guys who were still alive, you know, like when the folk boom happened. Ron says they found him still alive in Avalon, brought his music back to life. Kent Kearney says, what a friend we have in Jeebus. MJH is awesome. Mississippi John Hurt, I think he means. Ron says, that was awesome. Appreciate that, man. Lisa Kozik says, checking in later. Hey, all, happy Independence Day 2025. What's up, Lisa? How are you doing? Ron says, shot. We'll do a shot. Okay. 1853 Infield sends $20 in a super chat. He says, thanks for the great music. Long live the blues. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Shasta X says, I think the last live show was about 6 hours. Yeah, I stay on here pretty long sometimes. Maxwell's World says, have you tried getting your songs on the radio? The radio's all corporatized now. They only play like corporate playlists and shit. So you know. I think Sebastian said he might have had some guy up there that might play it, like some radio guy up there. Let me see. What kind of liquor are we gonna drink here? Okay. We got a bottle of Courvoisier for the ladies, some cognac, and we got some Bushmills Irish whiskey here, the oldest distillery in the world. Y'all tell me, Irish or cognac? Ron says his original recordings were done in the 20s, talking about Mississippi John Hurt. Yeah, that's probably true, yeah. He didn't do a shit ton, though, did he? Like back, like originally, like back then? Ron says, hell yeah, the 1853 Infield. Yeah, I do appreciate your generosity there, man. Ron says Irish. Get them votes in, y'all. I fought in the Revolutionary War, so y'all could vote. Get them votes in. Tell me which liquor to drink. Maxwell's World says, I'm an aspiring blues artist. Any advice on how to get my name out there? Probably start a YouTube channel, I would say. Like, the blues audience is so scattered. Like, they'll kind of come to you, if you get on YouTube and shit. Julian says, yeah, long live the blues. If you're going to do a shot, I'm taking my vote first. I go for Irish whiskey. Sebastian Halfpenny says, yes, a great engineer and friend of mine runs the local radio station for the wide span here. I'm going to do some recording there Wednesday night and definitely put some songs of yours on the list. Cool. I appreciate that a lot, man. Ron says, only a couple. Christy says, Bush for Bushmills. Shasta says, they all taste about the same. I wouldn't say that. I don't think you drink enough liquor, do you? Sebastian says, he says, what do you think? Hey, I'd love that. Yeah. Jody says, but dark, go to watch the show outside. She says Irish. Randy Downing says Irish, but I'm so old I'm red wine wino now. Sebastian says, any songs in particular you want me to add on the playlist from your album? I'd say Time probably a good one. That's why I put it first. Ron says, there were Phillipses fighting in the Revolutionary War on both sides. Oh, yes, there were. Kent says, already does. Save, then play. Tim Gagan's Music says, thanks for the tunes, Ed. Everyone out there, be safe, rock on, and have fun. Well, I appreciate that very much, Tim. You have a good one, man. Okay, I think Irish wins this one. Kent Kearney says, ladies man, cognac. I think Irish won that vote. Sebastian says, sounds good. I'm also going to add the business to the list also. Okay, yeah, that'd be a good one. And Maxwell's World says moonshine. We'll get to that later. Ron says Irish and brandy taste the same. No, they do not. No. This glass like probably still has some absinthe in it, so I might get a little bit of extra flavor in there. Stephen Schutte says, hey there, just joining from Colorado. What's up, man? Hello from South Kakalaki. Sebastian says, can't wait to get your album in the mail and start pumping it out locally here. Yes, it's on the way. Like I sent it Monday. I hate that shipping costs so much on those damn things, like shipping stuff internationally. All right, here we go. Cheers, l'chaim, Kim Pie, Salud, Prost, all that stuff. Right down the hatch, Irish whiskey. Randall Worm Thompson says, howdy from Dayton, Ohio. I love your channel and music, brother. You need some Johnny Walker Blue Label. I've drank Blue Label. I never bought a bottle, but I had some at a bar. That's some pretty good shit there. I usually get like red or black. I'm cheap. If I had the kind of money to buy Blue Label, I'd probably be going for some single malt scotch. James McNamara says Slainte. It's the old Gaelic cheers. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. Like somebody corrected me last week, but I forgot the correct pronunciation of it. Sebastian says, Mom said we're all under the Golden Dome soon. Shipping costs reduced. Roam free. yeah, they're going to build the Golden Dome here, I think. Like the missile defense or something. Some Vasa here. Ron says, definitely. Will the Golden Dome cover Canada? I don't know. You know, we might shoot down a few for y'all if y'all pay us. Maxwell says the link is my song. The links only work if you're like modded and stuff. We probably didn't get it. Let me make you a mod real quick. I'll let you send a link. Let me see here. Okay, now you're a mod. Now you can send a link. Kent Kearney says Popcorn Sutton Rip. Yeah, I still got I still got the empty bottle of his liquor here. Like my sister bought this for me for it was either Christmas or birthday or something. Like I drank it all, like from Gatlinburg, Tennessee here. We used to go to Maggie Valley, North Carolina on vacation when I was a kid. And this motherfucker would ride around in an old ass like Beverly Hillbillies truck with a liquor still on the back of it, just fragrantly like advertising it like, yeah, I make liquor. He probably knew the fucking sheriff around there or something. Maxwell's World says, give that a listen when you can. Let's try. Okay, yeah. Let's do a review of Maxwell's World song here. Okay, it's audio only, I believe. This is called The Mosquito Blues. And he gives the artist name Brazen Bull White. Turn my AC off.
Early this morning,
the playing is really good. I think it might be time to invest in a good mic. That sounds good, man. Sounds like there might be noise reduction on there too, like it's eating up a little bit of it. It's kind of the Muddy Waters riff there to brown on. Right. Good turnaround. Yeah, I like that. It sounds like some Delta stuff right there. Got that old kind of sound, you know. Halfpenny says, Mom said, oh, I just read that. Let's see. Ron says, there are already American missile installations in Canada. They're just secret. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Ron says, along the North Territory. Shasta X says, it depends on how nice Canada is. They might be a nasty country if they ask too many questions. Kent Kearney says, testify. Maxwell's World says, I made that song, by the way. That's one he wrote there called The Mosquito Blues. Y'all check out his channel. Doing some slide guitar there. Sebastian Halfpenny says, and by the way, everyone, tune into 93.7 FM Maniku Radio, MNIKU. Interesting playlist on the regular and independently owned and operated. 1853 says, listen to some of Night Patrol. Might pull that up a little later. I can't play too much like blatantly copyrighted stuff on here because my streams keep getting like blocked and stuff, like by YouTube, especially videos. They'll block the hell out of you for that. Christy Bush says, "You're way too cool, Ed. Not many people would do that." I appreciate that. Ron says, "Sounds like me playing LOL." He says, "What mic are you using again, Ed?" The mic I'm doing this show with is it's just a piece of shit like USB mic. Makes it where I don't have to use a mixer. It's called a HyperX Quadcast or something like that. Shasta X says, "I used to remember how to do turnarounds." You got to get that turnaround in there on the blues when you're at the end of a run, you know. Ron says, "It sounds good. I knew it was cheap. I need to get one." Yeah, I mean, I would use a real mic, like if I didn't have to set up a mixer. It just kind of makes it easy for me. I just plug it into the computer, you know. Sebastian says, "Hey, Ed, can I post a link for you to share with the crew? It's my debut performance of my last original." All right. Let me, I got to mod you here. So you should be able to do one now. Kent Kearney says 2120 basement. See if this chat's still working. Ron says easy is what I want. Yeah, that's why I opted for a USB mic. Just bought it at Walmart, you know. Chrissy says, that's what she said. Right. One second. Let me restart this chat real quick. It's kind of acting silly. Rearrange my screen here just a little bit. All right. Here's a link to Sebastian Halfpenny. Let me pull it up here. Okay, we got a video here. Let me see. Let me pull it up here. There we go.
So we're going to do this little one I wrote, I'd say solid 2 weeks ago. This is regarding
He's got my guitar. God damn.
all the recent politics that have been going on in North America. And this is in regards to the tariffs. Here's the one about smuggling some American whiskey into Canada.
Did he say a boot?
Here's the one called Black Trans Am. We're in the Key of A. Kind of like an AC/DC style song. Hope y'all enjoy it.
I got a great voice, by the way. This is called Black Trans Am, live at MacBoosh or MacBook. 3-piece band. I like that the drummer like knows not to beat the fuck out of the drum set in a small room like that. Some don't know that. Kind of an AC/DC vibe going on there. I wish my shit would go that high. Like, my voice will not do that. Got the solo there. Hey, that was nice. Is that a epi there? Like is that a SG standard? I can't see the headstock good enough. Hey, playing the shit out of it. God damn. That's some pretty good stuff right there. Get my damn air turned back on. Yeah, that's pretty hard to beat. Get the background music started back here. Real solid lead play, and I love that. Christy Bush says, hi, Russell. Shasta X says, same problem that AC/DC had. Russell's Honor says, also banned appropriate hat work. Russell says, or both, I guess. Christy says, woohoo. Russell says, whoever that was, they were pretty tight. But that was Sebastian Halfpenny right there. He says, I'd drink all night to that, and have. Christy Bush says, who was it? Sebastian Halfpenny, like here in the chat. Russell says, bunch of people vibing like mad and killing it. Russell says, I was late. And Jody says, fireworks, awesome, but hot. I think my sister shot all of hers. Like, I can't hear her stuff anymore, but like I walk outside, I can still hear them everywhere. Ron says, we used to have Roman candle fights when I was a teen. Pretty damn... Oh, yeah, I used to do that, yeah. Hold that fucker in your hand, yeah, fire it, yeah. Bottle rockets, too. Russell says, they're doing a massive drone and light show instead of fireworks. I'm pretty psyched up for it, but I think it's going to be way better than regular fireworks. Could be. Ron says, it was fun as hell at night, though. Christy says, I just subscribed to you, Sebastian, and the halfpenny. He says, oh, man, thanks so much for sharing that for everyone. Mom and I are smiling real wide over here. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, that's some good shit there. And Jody says, war's on here for the next 2 hours. Russell says, there was a picture on Reddit of someone freaking out a couple of nights ago while they were testing gigantic color spotlights. It looked like a mile-high column of rotating rainbow. Wild as fuck. Ron says, yeah, Bon Scott sounding voice, AC/DC, blues rock vibes. Oh, yeah. Was that a Fender Twin you were... No, I don't think that was a Twin. It was some kind of Fender amp there. Russell says, someone else posted a video. People thought the space aliens were here, LOL. Maxwell says, hoping to remaster my song with better audio and better instrument. I mean, yeah, get yourself like a good pencil condenser, probably for the guitar. That would probably also double pretty good as a vocal mic, too, if you put a windscreen on there. That was a good song. Christy Bush says, when I lived in the barrio hood in Houston, the fireworks were better than the ones on TV and went on solid for 2 fucking weeks. Damn. Ron Swanson says, do you guys always sit down, Sebastian? Shasta Axe says, at least it's not as bad as New Year when they have to go until midnight. Russell says, do you prefer a 24 3/4 or 25.5 or other scale lengths? I'm not too picky about that, really. You know, I play guitars with long ass necks and short necks. It don't really matter to me all that much. Sebastian says, thanks, folks. It'll be what would have been Bon Scott's 79th birthday on July the 9th. The amp is a Fender Mustang 3 that I take out for gigging. My tube amp sits home. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I played through a Mustang one time, like a Mustang amp. Pretty solid. Russell says, if you could buy any guitars you wanted, that is, if I could buy any guitar I wanted, probably at this point in my life, might go for a Birdland. It's just something off the wall, you know. I pretty much got all the ones I would want. And I believe a Birdland's probably like got a pretty long neck on it, you know, like a classic Gibson. Russell says, if you could buy, I just read that. Maxwell's World says you would probably get a National guitar. Yeah, that would be nice. Like have an old National Resonator or something like that from the 30s. Ron says, Ed has a Fender Mustang. Mustang guitar I got. Yeah. Can't get more uncomfortable to play than that. Yeah. Yeah, Fender Mustang guitar is pretty damn aggravating. But yeah, they make Fender Mustang amps, they call them. I played a couple of those. Sebastian says, hey Ron, glad you like the tune. It's a pretty easy going bar. I generally play sitting, but could play standing on my head as well. Russell says, okay, didn't know if a guitar just sounded real good, and you said, well, whatever, it sounds good. I'll deal with the neck not being exactly what I want for the length I want. Yeah, I don't get too picky about the specs on guitars like most of the time. Like I kind of get like weird about pickups a little bit. Just like depends on like you know, what's right for the job, like what's right for a particular song. You might want a Gibson over a Fender, or, you know. Maxwell's World says, ever tried wearing a Mississippi string tie? I got one, like a bootlace tie. Yeah, had to wear one of those for a gig one time. Wasn't my choice, but yeah, I still have it somewhere. All them old bluegrass guys used to wear those too. He's talking about the Colonel Sanders tie, basically. Ron says, I only play behind my back. I need some motherfucking liquor up in this bitch. All right, here's our choices here. We got the Jefferson's bourbon here, Jefferson's Reserve Kentucky Straight Bourbon. Pretty high proof stuff, cast strength, 130 proof. And we got some Hennessy cognac right here, VSOP. Y'all tell me, Jefferson's or Hennessy? Shasta X says, you can't get a Birdland. Ted Nugent claims to own them all. You can buy one, but they're like $1 bazillion. Ron says, speaking of Ted, yeah, I might play some Ted in just a minute. Russell says, he says, F Ted the head, LOL. There's another story that didn't age well. Sebastian says, how about some AC/DC Ed, or then again, Mom screaming for doors. All right, I might do one of them in just 1 second. Maxwell says moonshine. Russell says fireside spirit chat. Yeah, Ted does have some live, like some podcast shit he does. Russell says he was yelling at the city council or something the other day. It was pretty funny. Oh God, yeah, when he gets on a rant, man, yeah. Christy says, damn, Jeff. Russell says, yeah, someone took footage of it. It's actually pretty good though. I do like seeing people yell and rave at politicians, and who's going to stop Ted? Nobody. Kent Kearney says, Mike O'Rourke, Freeborn Men, Hennessy. All right. Got a vote for Hennessy. Jody says bourbon. So we're 1-1 now. Get them votes in, y'all. Then we'll play a couple songs. After I had me a shot, Russell's owner says he yelled at them for almost an hour. I think it's pretty good stamina for an old geezer. Yeah, he's like, what, 70 now? 70 something? Banjo Boy says, you going to end with the Star Spangled Banner? Gotta go. All right, I'll do that in just a second. All right. Shasta X says, I'm always going for that last one. Maxwell says bourbon. Ron says Hennessy, so we're still tied. Okay, next vote breaks the tie. Christy Bush says, good night, Banjo Boy. Jody says, do you know Whiskey Bar from the Doors? I forgot the chords to it. Christy says, I said Jefferson. Okay, Jefferson it is. Okay, Jefferson bourbon, named after the great Thomas Jefferson, one of the founders of this country, the guy who created this holiday we're celebrating today, and had a little bit of slave side pussy. Let's see here. All right. This is an actual bottle of liquor he made. This bottle's 200 years old right here. Cheers. Prost, Kim Pie, Salud, L'chaim, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch with some Jefferson bourbon. All right, let's play a little bit. All right. Knocked my guitar all out of tune, like doing all that whammy bar stuff. And there's some Jimi Hendrix style Star Spangled Banner for you. As good as I can do on a practice amp. Retune this thing here. I got a tuner right here. Shit. Thought I did. Thing's high. All right. Just about got it. Well, it's wanting to move on me. That famous Gibson tuning stability. All right.
High school hate, he's giving you the blues. Wanna graduate but not in his bed. Here's what you gotta do. Pick up the phone, I'm alone. Call me anytime. Just ring 363-365. I'll lead a life of crime. Dirty deeds, done dirty, dirty deeds. And they done dirty. Dirty deeds and they done dirty. Got problems in your life of love. You got a broken heart. Double dealing with your best friend. That's when the teardrops start, fella. Pick up the phone, I'm alone. Make a social call. Come right in, get about in. We'll have ourselves a ball. Dirty deeds, done dirty. Dirty deeds, done dirty. Dirty deeds, done dirty. Dirty deeds and they're done dirty. Dirty deeds and they're done dirty. Got a lady and you want her gone, but you ain't got the guts. Keeps a nagging at you night and day, enough to drive you nuts. Pick up the phone, I'm alone. It's time you made a stand. For a fee, I might need to be your backdoor man. Dirty deeds, done dirty. Dirty deeds, done dirty. Dirty deeds, done dirty. Dirty deeds and they done dirty. Dirty deeds and they done dirty. Cyanide, concrete shoes, TNT, done dirty. Neckties, contracts, high voltage, done dirty. Do anything you wanna do, yeah. Done dirty, dirty deeds. Done dirty.
All right. This is my piss poor Bon Scott impersonation because I can't go that high. Shasta X sends me $5. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all like what I'm doing here, like, please consider putting a super chat in the old tip bucket there. Bears Den sends $9.99. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate your generosity there. Christy Bush says, anytime, yeah. Ron says, fuck yeah, that was awesome. Appreciate it. Sebastian says, so good, man, so good. I was singing along. We sing good. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, man. Christy Bush says, we like it low down and dirty, Ed.
Well, I'm a backdoor man. We don't know what the little girls understand. When all your people trying to sleep, I'm out making my midnight creep. Well, I'm a backdoor man. We don't know what the little girls understand. Into the doctor, shot full of holes. Nurse crying, please save his soul. Well, I'm a backdoor man. We don't know what the little girls understand. Shoot up a murder, first degree. Judge wife crying, let the man go free. Well, I'm a backdoor man. We don't know what the little girls understand. Eat your chicken, your pork and beans. I eat some more chicken, any man see. Well, I'm a backdoor man. We don't know what the little girls understand. Every morning when the rooster crows, something tells me I got to go. Well, I'm a backdoor man. We don't know what the little girls understand. Backdoor man. Backdoor man. Backdoor man. We don't know what the little girls understand.
The Doors version of Backdoor Man there. Old Howlin' Wolf number, written by Willie Dixon. Then I believe Ron Swanson had a request for some Nugent. Perfect artist to play on the July 4th holiday here. Just kind of rocking it up here. All right. America, fuck yeah.
Sometimes you wanna start low. Some people think they gonna die someday. I got news, you never got to go. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on. Blow the crew to the bitch now. Get a kitchen around. If my house gets in my way, baby, you know I'm burning down. Now that you left me, you put me in my place. Got you in a stranglehold, baby. Gonna crush your face.
Anyway, Nugent. About the longest song that's possible to play without a backup man, as far as rock and roll goes. Christy Bush says, fuck yes, that's exactly 100. I appreciate that. Randy says, that SG has a fabulous voice. It does sound good. Shasta says Slash, or whatever his name was, his guitar tech would have just been fired if it was Slash. Shit. Maxwell says, bro definitely sold his soul at the crossroads. Oh, shit. I just practiced a lot. Chrissy says, Teddy's crying. Shasta X says, that's a whole new level. I appreciate that very much, man. Christy says, encore, motherfucker, encore. Might play one more in a minute. Ron says, deadly. Shasta says, more like Ted than Ted himself. I appreciate it very much. Ron says, that was explosive, brother. Thank y'all for the compliments. Kent Kearney says, Ed, you were synchronistic with my neighborhood fireworks. Perfect. Shit. So got the fireworks like going on with the music there. Let me restart this page real quick. Computer's getting kind of glitchy. Ron says, thanks for that one, Ed. Well, you're welcome, dude. Here we go. I think we're back. Computer being stupid. Yeah. Need a cigarette after that. Chrissy says here too. Let the music synchronizing with the fireworks. Christy says, definitely just got y'all's money's worth, and then some. Chan Bayless says, Revenue aside, would you rather have a dream tour, your choice of duration, venues, backup band, or a self-written, self-produced #1 album immortalizing you forever? I'd probably be more of an album guy myself. Like I'm like a Beatles, like Sgt. Pepper type of guy. I'd probably like to have like a #1 album. And I'm kind of like that guy from Boston. Like I'd like to stay in my fucking basement and just make #1 albums. But yeah, how's y'all's 4th of July playing out so far? Ron said he barbecued some pork belly. I didn't get to cook nothing today. Maxwell says like a war zone. Yeah, them fireworks are popping outside here too. Randy Downing says, I can imagine you doing a Robert Johnson album for modern times. I might do that actually. Like if I can figure out the royalties and stuff. You still got to pay Robert Johnson royalties, like to his estate. I think you got to go through Harry Fox or maybe like some kind of like distributor. Maybe get like DistroKid or something like that. I can license it. I thought about doing like an all Robert Johnson album. Trying to catch me a buzz here, drinking some liquor. Bears Den says that would be awesome. Ron says that would be cool. Yeah, I need to try that. Just so fucking lazy. Got to go through the pain in the ass of getting royalties, like worked out licensing. I mean, like yeah, the licensing part of it. Ron says mine is nearly worn off. Talk about your buzz. Well, hell, let's do another shot, Ron. Fuck it. I'm just here to lick balls and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum. Let's see here. Let me find some liquor here. Shasta X says, my 4th of July sucks. Finding your music has been a healing while I'm grieving the loss of a woman. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm glad I could, give you a little music here and stuff. Christy Bush says, lollipop for me. Ron says, that sucks, Shasta. Sorry to hear that. We got the Bushmills Irish whiskey here, and we got a bottle of Gentleman Jack right here. Y'all tell me, Jack or Irish? Get them votes in. Right there in the chat. P. Eddie says Jack. Christy says cheers, Shasta. You'll be okay. J1 says Jack. Ron says Jack. Bears Den says Jack. Okay. So we're going all American here. Christy Bush says jack off. Yeah, the gentleman jack off. Yeah. So yeah, it's a pretty one-sided vote there. Looks like it's all Jack Daniels. Gentleman Jack, the good Jack Daniels. Maxwell says it's like a gun show outside. Don't touch me, I'm crazy. Sends me a $1.99 super chat. Says, cheers, Ed. Thank you very much for that, man. Thank you for your generosity. I do appreciate the super chats. If y'all feel like showing me a little love, like throw some money in the super chat tip bucket. Take PayPal also. That's linked below. Kent Kearney says, Jack Daniels respect riverboat captains bottled 90 proof. Here we go. Cheers, l'chaim, Kim Pie, Salud, Prost, all that good stuff right down the hatch. Can't do the old number 7. Like I'd have to get the good stuff. Spend a couple extra dollars. I'm just not as badass of a man as Lemmy Kilmister was. Randy Downing says, this is the best pub ever. All my blues guys and gals have gone home, and sometimes I have no idea why I'm the last one standing. I'm glad you like it here, man. Ron Swanson says, I can't drink old number 7 anymore. Yeah, fuck that stuff. It's like $5 extra. You can get the gentleman jack off like that. That's the good stuff. Ron says, well, of course I can. I just don't want to. Yeah, right. Same for me. I actually tried the Lemmy Kilmister experiment last year. I bought a bottle of old number 7 and I just mixed it with Coke like all day long. And just didn't like it, couldn't do it. What do y'all got for me? Talk to me, people. Hope y'all's having a good 4th of July out there. Even if you're not located in the United States of America. Ron says, welcome to Juke Joint on the Bat Channel, Randy. Yeah, that's right. We normally do these same bat time, same bat station every week at Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Just doing a special Friday, special Friday stream for 4th of July. Sometimes I'll do a Saturday stream if I don't have a gig that night, but usually on Wednesday. Shasta says, thank you, Ron and Christy. I don't know how to return the thing. Kent Kearney says, 1918 root beer, Jack Daniels. Maxwell says, Juke Joint for life. I probably should have called it like Ed's Electronic Blues Club or something like that. I think most people don't know what a fucking Juke Joint is. Kent Kearney says, 1919 root beer, Jack Daniels. Chan Bayless says, would you still work in the basement on your classic album if you knew nobody but yourself would ever hear it? Yeah, I've done a few of those actually. Like albums nobody ever heard. I did my first album when I was 19. It sounded like shit. No, I was 18. Then I did like one a year later at 19. I did another one when I was like 28. Nobody ever heard them. Ron says, there's the problem. Juke Joint's way cooler. Get Fiddle says, fixing to leave work, need me some cold ones. Had to work on the 4th of July, damn. D. Eric Blaylock says, love what you're doing, keep it up. I appreciate that a lot, man. Frank Morgendorfer says, Ed, ever thought of playing cruise ships? I thought about that like in my 20s and 30s. And probably could have made good money doing that, but I just never got around to it. But I heard like a cruise ship gigs are pretty lame, but you do make some money. You got to stay on there for 6 months at a time. Like you sign a 6-month contract, play on a cruise ship. You can have a band, or you can play in the lounge by yourself with the acoustic. You have to play a bunch of bullshit, like wasting away again in Margaritaville, shit like that, right? JB Robertson says, hey, brother, could you play your favorite finger-picking tune in drop D? I can try that for you. All right. Shasta X says, when did you start playing continuously? Oh, man. I think probably my early 30s. Like, I started, like, making enough money on gigs where I didn't have to do too much other bullshit. Maxwell's World says, riverboat playing is both authentic and fun. It's kind of where jazz was invented, on Mississippi riverboats. Yeah. Like, Louis Armstrong, all them people like playing on riverboats. Ron says, cruise ships are lame as pop. Yeah, never cruised. Yeah, I mean, I thought about, like, working cruise ships back in the day. I never did. J1 says, somebody threw a bottle, knock out the light. You should have seen that little juke joint jump. Maxwell says, flat pop, that is. Kent Kearney says, hook up with Otis Gibbs, Indiana. Favorite finger picking tune in drop D might be, do old Statesboro. All right. Back to reality after that hard rock set I just did. Of course, we got a 12 string here. You got to tune it. Damn it. It's always the bottom two strings, right? There we go. Yeah, like, don't ever pay $150 for a 12 string. All right, some Blind Willie McTell, some Piedmont style blues from my neck of the woods. Piedmont blues, East Coast type stuff. Blind Willie McTell lived about 50 miles from where I'm from. Wake up, mama, turn your whole lamp down low. Wake up, mama, turn your whole lamp down low. Have you got the nerve to drive Papa Mac till your door? Mother died and left me reckless. My daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Mother died and left me reckless. My daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Well, I ain't good looking, but I'm sure some sweet girls ain't a child. She's a mighty mean woman, do me this way. Mighty mean woman, do me this way. I leave here, I'm going back to stay. I once had a woman sweeter than I'd ever seen. Once had a woman sweeter than I'd ever seen. Well, she treated me like a king and she was doggone queen.
Granny, tell your uncle. Friends, tell your friends. I got 'em. Well, reach over in the corner. Bring me my traveling shoes. Well, you know about that. I got them Stacy Burrow blues. He getting less Savannah, you know he didn't stop. Well, you should have seen that fireman when he got the boiler hot. Well, reach over in the corner, hand me my traveling shoes. Know about that, I got them Stacy Burrow blues. Mother got 'em, Auntie got 'em, friends, brother got 'em. I got 'em, well, going up the country, baby, don't you wanna go? Hey, down here, I might take 1 or 2 more. Statesboro Blues by Blind Willie McTell, covered by the Allman Brothers, of course. I got to see them drunk motherfuckers play that one time when I was like about 12. Coulter Michael James says, how about In the Pines? I can do that all right. Give me 1 second. Frank Morgendorfer says, cruise ships sound like an easy, boring gig. Probably plenty of extras to spice life up. Yeah, I mean, the contracts they give you, like, about 6 months, and you make about $12,000, something like that. Randy Downing says, I'm in northern Colorado. I bet the Aggie Theater in Fort Collins and all my friends would fill that theater for you. I don't know, maybe. I'd love to come out there. Shasta X says, why does Statesboro always come up on my playlist? No idea. JB says, thanks for tuning. Shasta X says, it's always by Taj Mahal. Bears Den says, love the sound of the 12 string. I need to get one. Any recommendations for a decent price? Well, I got the cheapest one available. It was an Oscar Schmidt. And I wouldn't recommend it. It don't stay in tune, but I I don't think any 12 string stays in tune. Get Fiddle says, nice. Appreciate that. Maxwell's World says, I prefer Nashville tuning. Okay, what he means by that is, like in the studio, when they record like a 12-string sound, what they'll do, they'll play a 6-string guitar, then they'll layer another guitar over it with like thin strings, like the thin strings of a 12-string on a 6-string, kind of like make like a artificial 12-string sound. Most modern records with a 12-string guitar sound like have that on them. Kent Kearney says, Peter Rowland. Ron Swanson says, that was in the groove. Appreciate that. All right, let's try In the Pines. The way I do it, like Lead Belly's music, Bill Monroe's lyrics. In the pines, where the sun never shines. shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. The longest train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. My captain for the time of day, he said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie, I'm on my way back home. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, you cause me to leave my home. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the pines, where we showed our behinds, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the Pines, pretty old song there. Probably no known author. Like, a lot of people played it. Chad Thompson says, America, fuck yeah. Music blogger says, I knew you were doing In the Pines right as soon as I heard you tuning the 12 string. D. Eric Blaylock says, hell yeah, love it, appreciate that. J1 says, I guess getting your head caught in a wagon wheel was a big thing back in the day. Yeah, it might have been. Yeah. Music blogger says, tuning that 12 string's a marvel in itself. Yeah, yes, it was a pain in the ass. He says, Encore Ed, you know I like that song. Yeah, good old In the Pines. Fernando Astorga says, amazing, thanks for the music, man. Ron says, smooth, I appreciate y'all. Coulter says, fantastic, Ed, thank you, I appreciate it. I need a fucking beer, man. I ain't had a beer all day. Coors Banquet. The drink of mustachioed weirdos who drive Trans Ams and hang out with truckers.
Yak Fishing says, "Sup, folks? Ed, Ron, and everybody else. What's up, man? How you doing?" Ron says, "Hey, Yak, miss some good shit, brother." Jody says, "That's always been where did you sleep last night to me." Yeah, right. That's more like the Lead Belly version that Kurt Cobain played. Yeah, see, I learned I learned the Bill Monroe bluegrass version when I was a kid, like the Into Pines version, like him and Mac Wiseman singing it. When I met Bill Monroe, I actually asked him to sing it for me, and he didn't do it. Like he ignored my request. Fernando Astorga says, "Do you like Eric Clapton's version of "It Hurts Me Too"?" I don't know if I've heard it. He kind of fell off for me after Cream, but I do like his modern blues stuff. He made a few blues records and made one with B.B. King. That one I haven't heard though. Jody says, "No, it's an old song." Yeah. Where did you sleep last night? Yeah, Lead Belly did it. Jody says before him. Who knows how old exactly it is? Probably goes back to the 1800s, but I'm not sure if it has a known author. Yak Fishing says, "I miss everything all the time, Ron. Was over in the Mechanics channel for Alive. Ed been jamming." Coulter says, "I've tried paying you on the super chat, but it never seems to work. How else can I pay you?" Link below, there's a link to the PayPal. You can do it that way if you got PayPal. Ron says he's killing it. Appreciate it, man. Where's my fucking lighter at? Here it is. Also got my latest album link down there, and the Bandcamp link is called "If the Creek Don't Rise." This record right here. It's what you hear in the background playing right now. And I also got my country blues album on there. Bear's Den says, "What beer are you drinking?" I'm drinking some Yingling Black and Tan. Surprisingly good for the cost. Yeah, that's not a bad beer. I've had some of that. Drinking some Coors Banquet. Yak Fishing says, "I wonder where old James out in Cali has been. Not like him to miss Alive." Yeah, no idea. Yak Fishing says, "Oh man, I'm a black and tan guy too." You ever made a real black and tan? With like Guinness on top and Bass on the bottom, or Hart Lager or whatever? I've done that before. You gotta have like a big ass spoon to pour the Guinness over, and it floats on top of it. But the Yingling Black and Tan is very good stuff. It's like stout mixed with ale. Kent Kearney says, "What did you learn, Ed, in Bandcamp? LOL." Yeah, so the website that sells my records called Bandcamp. Some of these fucking musicians around here, when I start a band, I think I'm running Rock and Roll Fantasy Camp or something. Ron says, "Never tried that, Ed. Sounds cool." Yeah, Black and Tan. Might be an American thing. I don't think it has Irish origins, but you can get them in certain places. Like a Guinness Draft, the nitro stuff. If you pour that very slowly on top of half a glass of Bass or Hart Lager, it'll float on top of it. The half the drink will be black and the half will be pale. Sebastian says, Eric Clapton from the Cradle album. Mom wore it out growing up. It hurts me too. Is on that one. From the yeah, that's that blues record he did, I believe. When I saw him live, I was 18 years old. He did like half the show was acoustic. He came out with the electric, played his normal, like, cocaine, all that kind of shit. And then he played a few blues songs, and he fucking tore it up on that blues stuff. He can play some blues lead, like, really good. He's still got that shit going on. Yak Fishing says, Ed, my brother used to have these glasses that were given to him by Jack Daniels. You pour in the whiskey, then the Coke, right? It stays separated until you take a drink. It's an even mix. Crazy. I think I've seen those, like, yeah. Like, these glasses with like a jigger on top or something like that. It's kind of like thin in the middle. Frank Morgendorfer says, used to mix Guinness with cider. I think it was called a black velvet. I've heard of that, yeah. Yeah, there's all types of, like these half and half, like Guinness drinks you can make. They got different names. Bear's Den says, black velvet sounds good. Ron says, I did that with a Mickey of rum and a can of Coke and a beer hat when I was young. A Mickey of rum. Never heard of a Mickey. That's what they used to call roofies around here, like fucking slipped him a Mickey. Right? Coulter says, can I just Zelle you $100? I don't think I have Zelle. But I appreciate the sentiment, man. Thank you very much for that. Ron says, you get a 50-50 mix, though. Yak says, what is a Mickey? Ron says, what do you call a 12-ounce bottle of booze? Just a, just standard beer bottle. Kent Kearney says, bless you, Mickey was 6-pack of beer. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, never heard that term. Like a Mickey is, like in the States, means, like, put some shit in somebody's drink. Slipped of a Mickey, right? Bill Cosby, right? Ron says, hard liquor, 12 ounce. Oh, okay, damn. Yak says, Hickey's Big Mouth Beer. I don't think I've ever seen a 12-ounce bottle of hard liquor. Is that a pint? Or a half pint? Can't remember. Probably close to like a half a pint or a pint or something like that. Yak says, y'all ever drink Little King's beer? I never tried that. I used to be able to say I've tried most beers on the planet, but now we got like a local stuff everywhere, so I probably haven't. Ron says, I've heard of that. We call a 12-ounce bottle of hard liquor Mickey's in Canada. You can get them at every store here. Yak says, it's good and fast. Ron says, they're good for a boot or a pocket. I don't know if that'd be close to a half ounce or not a half pint or a pint. Let me see. A couple of. Let's see. You don't have the ounces on the bottle. This is a pint right here. I bet that's about 12 ounces. Yak Fishing says, close to a pit, maybe. Bear's Den says, Hoegaarden's one of my favorite beers. Hoegaarden is the original Belgian white. Like, I've got the coriander and orange peel in there. It's basically like Blue Moon here in America, but Hoegaarden's better from Belgium. Yak Fishing says 1 pint, 16 ounces. Okay, yeah. So it's close to a pint. Frank says lager plus cider, snake bite. Add speed to get instant chaos. Very popular in London in the 70s. That sounds pretty cool. It sounds like something like punk rockers might have been drinking back then. Ron says, yeah, pint is the same. Kent Kearney says, Chin Chow Chinese beer, perfect. Talk about Qing Dao, yeah. Like people here pronounce it like Sing Tao, but it's not pronounced that way. Like my wife corrected me on that. It's called Qing Dao. It kind of tastes like Heineken. Frank says punk fuel. That's what I thought, yeah. Lager and cider with speed in it. Yak Fishing says, Ron, have you noticed that 1 cup here is bigger than what the Asian folks call a cup? I didn't know that. Randy says, I'm a stupid old guy from Kansas and Colorado, playing poorly since 73. I think it's important in these times that we keep playing 3 chords into truth. Yeah, that's true. You got to keep the old traditional stuff alive, man. Bears Den says, snakebite sounds good. Ron says, I didn't know that. Yak says, y'all listen to Ataris. I've heard of the Ataris, but I don't really know nothing they play. Like a band from the 2000s, right? Kind of like a punk band from that time, I believe. Or a pop punk like type of band. I was into the hard shit, the street punk, like, right, Casualties and stuff. Kent says 2600. Yak says, yeah, modern punk. Oh, okay, yeah. Now, see, for me, like back in the day, it was like people like Total Chaos and the Casualties and like AC, the abbreviation of their name. Yak says, I'm trying to get some punk in my vocabulary. Yeah, mostly go for like old stuff, like up until the 90s, probably. Deep shit, like Crass and Subhumans and stuff like that. Dead Kennedys. About 1977 up till about 2000, like real good stuff. D. Eric Blaylock says, hell yeah, keep the blues alive. That's right. It needs to be kept alive. Yak Fishing says, just damn tired of hard rock and metal. Yeah, I got tired of that shit like a long time ago, except like extremely weird stuff like I'll still listen to. Like, certain like, psychedelic and prog rock and stuff like that, and death metal and, just like weird off the wall stuff. Now, radio rock, I cannot listen to anymore. I cannot listen to a fucking Bob Seger song. Just got tired of playing it, I just pretty much like play what I want in bars now, like as much blues as I can get away with, and do a few rock and roll songs, so I don't get like strung up and hung, and they still pay me, and I play to a bunch of drunks who want to hear Bob Seger, but I don't play that, and so they stare at the fucking television and watch football while I play, right? Yak Fishing says, yeah, I don't put it on, but I don't turn it off either. Ron Swanson says, oh, a pint is 16 ounces. A pint is 16 ounces. Okay, then 12 ounces is 1 3/4 of a cup, or 0.74 of a pint. Yeah. Doing some math there. Kent Kearney says, Nutbush. Don't think I've heard of Nutbush. Probably the most popular punk band I like is Green Day, because Green Day has some like nostalgic value for me. I started listening to early Green Day like in middle school, And that kind of got me and my friends into punk. That was the gateway band for us. You know, like Dookie and all that stuff. Ron says, you can't fix stupid or poor taste in it. Right, yeah, And I've met a lot of stupid motherfuckers playing in bars. And Ron says, loved punk. Yeah, the punk was great because it was like a, kind of like a hard reboot of rock and roll, basically. Like the first punk show I saw as a teenager, I was like, God damn, this is probably what like a Jerry Lee Lewis gig was like back in the 50s, you know. Yak Fishing says, I like Green Day. They have good tone too. Yeah, good band. Even like some of their later stuff, like American Idiot. Yak says, damn autocorrect after my ass again. And of course that also got auto-corrected. It says, fam autocorrect after me ass again. Ron Swanson says, poser punk is the worst though. It was just a bunch of conformists. Yeah, good Charlotte and all that stuff, yeah. Yak says, see, rolling in the floor, laughing my ass off. Yak says, yeah, Idiot's my favorite album. Yeah, that was a good record. It's like a rock opera, kind of like Tommy or something. Ron says, laughing his ass off. Now, my buddies, like, had mohawks that high, like green, blue fucking mohawks and stuff, and leather jackets. I never dressed that way. And they listened to vinyl records, like really singles and stuff like that. Don't Touch Me, I'm Crazy says American Idiot's a top 5 album of the 21st century. That's probably one of the best albums of the 2000s, or of this century so far. Yak Fishing says an Idiot was their Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, I mean, just like for nostalgic value, I would probably say like Dookie's the best record, but as far as like musicality, just doing a great job like writing and stuff like that, like American Idiot, like a very solid record. In fact, my sister bought it and I stole it from her and listened to it for like 2 weeks. Ron says, I wore a leather jacket everywhere when I would go to out. I had a leather jacket, but it wasn't like a cool ass like biker jacket. It was kind of like a dorky one. Didn't have the studs and stuff on it. Yak Fishing says, hard to believe he uses Marshall 900s. Talking about Billy Joe. I can't believe he plays a Strat. Ron says, mine was a biker jacket and an aviator jacket. Oh, that's cool. He says, I had both. I had this leather jacket that would like swallow up my hands, like the fucking arms were too long. Come about here on my fucking fingers, Yak says he would do good to use P90s. Or possibly like, humbuckers. Trying to find the correct pack of cigarettes here. Yeah, like most of the old punk stuff I like was, like fucked up, like underground type stuff. My claim to fame in life, like my career highlight was I shared a stage with Seth Putnam. If you don't know who that is, you don't want to know. Jody says, LOL, I had a leather jacket like that too, but I was short. Why the long arms, but love that jacket. Good old Seth Putnam, the greatest poet of all time. Yak Fishing says, my first leather was a members only jacket. Love that damn thing. Would be worth big bucks now. Still have a mint Levi jean jacket. This the red flannel inside from decades ago. That's pretty cool. Shit. I think I still have my old leather jacket. Eric Blaylock says, there's nothing wrong with keeping the blues alive. That's right. I mean, yeah, play that shit in the bar if you play it right. Like, people will like it. You still have to do enough classic rock songs to, you know, make people not want to kill you and shit, but... Sometimes I'll fucking joke, like I'll play like Rocky Mountain Way or something. I'll be like, okay, back to history lessons. We're doing some blues now. Yeah, I got burned out on a lot of stuff. Like I refuse to play Skinner these days. You know, just things like that. Fernando Astorga says, yeah, man, I learn a lot with this channel. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you do. Yeah, I try to be kind of educational on here. Like when I started the channel, like I was thinking I was doing like a PBS type of thing. Like, you know, they used to have like Okefenokee Joe on there, and he'd be like, "This snake right here can kill 20 people with one bite." You know, he'd be sitting on camera. Like I was kind of thinking that, like a PBS special or something. Fernando says, "I'm from Paraguay. There's not too much blues in here." But I tell you, they love that stuff in Brazil. Like I got a lot of Brazilian fans. Got a few fans from Argentina, and I think I've had some people from like Venezuela. Yak Fishing says, blues in bars around here are usually reserved for the second half of the show. Folks are a little more drunk and they just want to sway to the groove, right? Yeah. Now, you know, it's kind of different nowadays than it used to be, like playing in bars. Like back in the 70s, and I've talked to a lot of people who played back then, audiences like cared more about, you know, like how good the band was as opposed to like the set list. And now it's all about the set list. You know, you got to play the correct set list for people. God damn it, I want to hear fucking Freebird. Yak Fishing says, I watched a lot of your first videos, Ed. It was serious business, man. All good stuff. If y'all ain't seen them, go visit. I appreciate that a lot, man. Sebastian says, I've been watching you on here since I was 13. Remember you had just uploaded that Skip James cover where you were playing in the woods. I followed you ever since. That was probably Devil Got My Woman. Yeah. It might have been Crow Jane. Yes, close to 10 years ago now. Ron says, Ed is blues in Canada now. I think it's more popular than the U.S. Still no appreciation, really, though. Yeah, got a lot of Canadian fans for some reason. I guess blues is still popular in Canada. Yak Fishing says, Freebird and Damn Stairway. Oh my God, LOL. Yeah, yep. Ron says, you did both around that time. Oh, okay. Yeah. Skip James material. I might do some Skip James right now, since I got a detuned guitar over here. It's not one he wrote, but he played it.
Crow Jane, don't you hold your head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. I'm gonna buy me a pistol, buy me 40 rounds of ball. Shoot Crow Jane, just see her fall. Got to fall. That's the reason I bet Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. And I'll let her down with a golden chain. Every lane cried Crow Jane's name. Oh no, 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 no. That's the reason I bet Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. And I dug a grave 8 feet in the ground. Didn't know I loved her to let her down, to let her down. That's the reason I bet Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. I never miss that water till the well run dry. Didn't miss Crow Jane until she died, till she died. That's the reason I bet Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die.
You know, some Skip James right there. You can probably see him playing that on like a British TV special, I think. Like they took him over to England, played that stuff. Ron says, let's see, Ed is blues in Canada now. I think is more popular than the U.S. Still no appreciation, really, though. Just read that. Let's see. Yak Fishing says, blues is something a lot of folks don't appreciate until they get older, I think. Yeah, probably, yeah. You know, I mean, the music appreciation is like a thing that's like not really popular in general. Like bad music education in schools now. Yak just read that. Josh M says, can I get good liquor carry me down? I can do that for you. All right. Ron says, you did Crow Jane 4 years ago and Devil Got My Woman 5 years ago. Okay. It was longer than that. Ron says, great suggestion, Josh. Jody says, nice. Sebastian says, solid playing, brother. Sounded great. Appreciate that, man. Randy says, hey, my neighbor is a World War II vet, 104. Neither of us can hear for shit anymore. It's nice to watch the fireworks without having to pucker up. Sorry. When I was a kid, I met a World War I veteran. He was 105 at the time. It's like in the early 90s. Ron says, that was tight, Ed. Appreciate that. Sebastian says, I was listening to Robert Johnson albums at 7 years old. I think I first found him when I was a teenager. Yeah, in high school. I bought that CD, that, complete recordings. All right, Big Bill Brunzi. Good liquor carry me down. Might do a shot after this.
By 16 years old, Bill stopped drinking. I will satisfy your soul. Well, I just keep on.
Oh shit, I'm in drop D. Sorry. Fuck me, dude.
Well, I know a little girl, by 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking. I will satisfy your soul. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Well, I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama's a gallon out of sight. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I just keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. To the doctor with my head in my hands. Doctor said, Big Bill, I think I had to give you a monkey glance. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't Big Bill, some man gon' carry your business home. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down.
Some Bill Broomsey stuff from back in the 40s. I think he played piano on that originally. Sebastian says, solid playing, brother. Sounds great. Oh, I think I read that. Ron says that was tight. Josh M says, do you like Rage Against the Machine? Yeah, I liked them back in the day. But the hits, you know, I know the hits and stuff. Had that fucking record with like Che Guevara on the front. Ron says, I was in close to 20 when I first recognized Robert Johnson. I was probably about 15, 14, 15, something like that. Ron says maybe 18 or so. Jody says, good song, appreciate it. Kent Kearney says, House of Blues, Chicago. I've been to the one in Myrtle Beach. I saw classic blues acts there like Guar and Alice Cooper. I'll be right back. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. The beer is like running right through me. Josh M says, greatest freaking blues song ever. Ron says, love that Big Bill tune, Ed. Ed does the best version I've heard. Appreciate that a lot, man. Ron says, when did the Crossroads movie come out? What year? I think it was sometime in the 80s. I had a girlfriend who was a movie buff, like in my early 20s, and she made me watch it. Sebastian says 1986. This is one of my favorites. I pretty much like remember the plot and all that good stuff. Like I haven't seen it since then. It's been like 20 years. It's Steve Vai in there. Josh M says, did you come with all the guitar parts yourself on Good Liquor Carry Me Down? Yeah, I mean, I just kind of, did like a finger picking, like Piedmont arrangement of it. Because the original song had a piano, like maybe a guitar on there. But yeah, I just finger pick it. Let's drink some liquor. Shit. See what my choices are here. Okay. I got my Courvoisier for the ladies. And I got some Bushmills Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me, cognac or Irish whiskey? Get them votes in the chat there. Ron says, I never saw it until I was in my 30s for some reason. I guess I thought it was a bit corny, unauthentic. I think Steve Vai, being the guitar god, was a put off for me, I'm sure. Yeah, they should have had Stevie Ray Vaughan on that shit, man. Bears Den says Irish. Randy says, if there was any justice, NPR or Ken Burns or somebody would do a history of the blues in America or something, and you would be the main narrator. That would be cool. Yeah, Ken Burns could probably handle that pretty good. Josh M says, have you done Rambling on My Mind yet? I was playing that song earlier. I might try that. All right. Give me a minute. Sebastian says Irish. Ron says it was entertaining. It was a good movie. We got 2 votes for Irish whiskey. Ron says if SRV was cast, I would have been first in line at the box office. Get them votes in. Ron says Irish. We got 3 votes for Irish. Irish or cognac. Faye Vita says Irish. All right, I guess Irish is going to win this one. Bushmills. Into the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Cheers, Kim Pai, L'chaim, Salud, Prost, down the hatch. This nice Nice drunk fucking 4th of July weekend here. Matt Evans says, just woke up randomly at 5:16 a.m. Usually when I'm going to bed. But hello, Matt. Welcome to the chat. Jody says, well, I'm outvoted. Free Vita says, Prost. Ron says, cheers. Matt says, damn, this Brit is dropping in on the wrong weekend. Yeah, I got a British friend, like the other day, like she told me, like, Happy Treason Day. It's like, yeah, thank you. We won. Which, I mean, I don't even think the British government like cared all that much after we cut loose. You know, they kind of said, okay, well, you know, we make more money in the Caribbean anyway. Cosmic Sunbeam says, my cat has been smoking my weed, getting the cat high, huh? Ron Swanson says, Faye Vita, I think female rock singers are underappreciated. I actually did that pretty reckless. Yeah, I'm a huge Janis Joplin fan. Like, I bought her stamps when they came out. Rambling on my mind, though. I have to read the lyrics for that. I got them here. Where are they? Oh, here it is. Ron says, they lost the best economic boom from that point until our lifetime. Ron says, that's a lot of tribute. Yeah, music blogger says, Alanis Morissette is massively talented. I like Alanis. Didn't like her back in the day, but when I got older, like, I got nostalgic about her. It's like, man, I just fucking love old Alanis. Jody says, cheers. Finally cooler out. Streets filling with smoke. Faye Vita says, Ron Swanson. Yes, Ron says, I saw her in concert with AC/DC. That's a weird mix-up right there. AC/DC and Alanis Morissette. I think when I saw AC/DC, the Poor opened for him. I believe that's like Angus's son's band or something like that, like back in the 90s. Ron says, same, Ed. Ron says, I meant pretty reckless. Now, back in the day, I was more of a Tori Amos guy myself. Chick can play a fucking piano. Little crazy, believes in fairies and shit, but, you know, like, extremely good musician. Matt says, I feel sorry for Alanis' ex-boyfriends who cheated on her. They're all buried in her back garden. Yeah. So she made an ass of money, like just investing. Like, she invested in like some kind of streaming stuff, like way back in the day, and it got big. She probably made more money from like investing in streaming than music. Ron says, I like the chicks that were authentic and cool. Same for me. Jody says, Summertime Janice or Mercedes-Benz. If I knew the words, and if I could sing like that. Ron says, sounds like it, LOL. Jody says, like her a lot.
Bobby now, Bobby McGee.
Smoke the rest of this cigarette here. We'll play some Robert Johnson. And Faye Vita sends me a smiley face. Matt Evans says, the first record I bought was I Love Rock and Roll by Joan Jett. I used to play that, like I had a bass player, a chick bass player, who was obsessed with Joan Jett. And so I let her play that when we covered it. She sang it. First album I probably bought was Black Album by Metallica when it was still new, the early 90s. Or probably made my dad buy it for me, or my grandma or somebody. Jody says, that's a great song. Probably need a capo. Might fuck this one up. Haven't played it in a while. Matt says, I had a friend who was a rocker chick, and she got me into Joan Jett back in the day. Were you into Metallica before getting into the blues? Yeah. Like, pretty much into rock music before I got into the blues as a teenager in high school. Now, where's my slide? About the first 9 or 10 years of my life, I heard nothing but bluegrass. And about the age of 9 or 10, got into to rock and roll music. Well, if I can find the damn slide here. I lost it. Here it is. Ron says Ed saw them live this year. Yeah, finally saw Metallica. Yeah, at a big stadium in Atlanta.
You treat me so unkind. I got mean things. I got mean things on my mind. Little girl, got mean things on my mind. Hate to leave you, baby, but you treat me so unkind. I'm running down to the station, catch the first mail train I see. I'm running down to the station, catch the first old mail train I see. I got the blues about Miss So-and-so, and the child got the blues about me. And I'm leaving with my arms full of and crying. so unkind.
There's a little bit of Robert Johnson right there, rambling on my mind. Which you can also find on the Beano record with Eric Clapton and John Mayall and the Blues Breakers. Let me see, get the background stuff started here. Josh M says, my first CD I bought when they first came out was a Time Machine by Joe Satriani. He was a good guitar player. Gary Toner says, nothing wrong with that intro. Old bluegrass that intro of Bluegrass into the Blues. Yeah. I kind of credit like playing bluegrass as like basically like making a musician out of me. So, bluegrass was all about like virtuosity and all that shit. Matt Evans says, Ed, are you familiar with the guitarist Andy Wood? He was a champion bluegrass mandolin player as a kid, then switched to guitar. He can pick fast. I don't think I've heard of him. Had to look him up. Gary Toner says, rednecks, bluegrass players are not racist pricks, but love the blues at the end of the day or night. Yeah, well, Bill Monroe, who started bluegrass, he was into like jazz and blues and all that kind of stuff. Jody says, yeah, play it. Appreciate that. But yeah, all the old bluegrass people are dead now. Like I met a lot of them. I met Ralph Stanley. I met fucking Bill Monroe. Met the Osborne brothers, Jim and Jesse. Kent Kearney says Tony Rice, he was good. Peter Rowan. Yeah, when I was a kid, like we went to bluegrass festivals all over the place. Like talking about like late '80s through the '90s and stuff. Back then, like all the old guys were still alive and shit and playing. Yeah, got to meet Bill Monroe. Went on the bus with him and stuff. In fact, I don't know if y'all seen this. Let me find it. See if I can find this. Where is it? Maybe in pictures? Documents, possibly? Well, damn it. Looking. Is it on this computer? Well, I had some pictures of me with Bill Monroe, but I can't seem to find them. Ron Swanson says, Canadian $6.99 says, thanks forever the show, Ed. Have a drink. Let's do a drink. All right. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for your generosity, man. But if I could find my Bill Monroe pictures. God damn it. Must be on the other computer. Okay, I give up. Let's do a drink. Kent Kearney says Houston, Minnesota. Yep. Chad says, Ed, you know In the Summertime by Jerry Mungo? I know the song, but I don't know it. I don't know how to play it, like lyrically and all that stuff. Let's have a drink. All right, y'all tell me. Hennessy, cognac, VSOP, or some Jefferson Bourbon here, named after the man who committed treason against the British Empire and created this country. Like real hot shit too, like 130 proof. Y'all tell me, bourbon or cognac. Randy says, I drink a bit, and I'm pondering Ken Burns needs to do a show about the history of the blues in America. Who do you talk to? Keith Richards, Buddy Guy, and Edward Phillips? Anybody else? Yeah, all the old guys are dead. Yeah, probably get Buddy Guy on there. Kent says, Bill Watts of Time, Banff. Bill Walls of Time, Banff. Matt Evans says, you familiar with the Dixie Dregs? They have a cool bluegrass sound with rock guitar sort of mashup. Yes, the Dixie Dregs, I believe they were based in Augusta, Georgia, which is about 20 miles from here. My dad used to go see them back in the 70s, 80s, whenever. Yeah, they used to have, who's that guy who's playing with Deep Purple now? Steve Morris? Yeah. My dad used to talk about them all the time, like the Dixie Dregs. They mostly played like an instrumental stuff back in the day, I think. Yeah, very familiar with them. Gary Toner says, good grooving drums. Appreciate that. Ron says, not the ones I would pick, Randy. Kent says, one of each. Ron says, Hennessy. Bears Den says, Jefferson. Jody says, Jefferson. Faye Vita says, Hennessy. Okay, we're tied now, neck and neck. Chad Thompson says, Ed, you know, Green Onions on guitar. You talking about that old Stax Records song from Booker T and the MGs? Need to learn that. Matt Evans says, I vote for Chinese plum wine. I'm sure Ed's wife has some, but failing that, the cognac is the Chinese stuff. As the Chinese love that stuff. Yeah. This bottle of cognac came from China. Like, she got that out of her mom's liquor cabinet. She brought that back to me. Kent says, met Steve Morris. Chad says, Booker T. So I believe we're, let's see, I believe Cognac's winning so far. Ron says, Edward for sure, LOL. I think Buddy Guy's a solid pick. Eric Clapton for sure. Chad says, you finish off the paint thinner? Oh, you're right, yeah. I'll show you all that. But I believe Hennessy won this one. We're going to do a shot of Hennessy, and I'll show you all the Chinese paint thinner. So I don't know if you can see on camera here. This does have Chinese on the back of it. It's a bottle of Hennessy from my mother-in-law's liquor cabinet. Cognac in China is kind of a status symbol. And Ron says for a blues special, talking about the old blues. Yeah, that would be good. Like, yeah, Clapton and Buddy Guy. All right, from the patented Ed Phillips shot glass, here we go. A shot of Hennessy, cognac. Cheers, l'chaim, prost, salud, all that good stuff. Kent Kearney says Steve Morris chose his wife over the band. Jody says LMAO. Faye Vita says cheers, Ed. So anyway, yeah. My wife brought back some Chinese liquor. It's called Baijiu. It is some of the most horrible stuff known to man. And the deal here is I'll do a shot of it for $10. $10 super chat. I'll take a shot of this bullshit here. It tastes like a jock strap, like soaked in moonshine, basically. Not a word of English on this bottle either. Just got the nice, like, red communist star on here. Matt says, the aforementioned Andy Wood did a song recently that was inspired by Steve Morse. Have a look at this, Ed. Let's have a look.
Today we're going to learn all that
how
shit.
to outline
So
chord
buckle up
changes.
and let's go. So you're probably thinking we're going to take a look at A
So he
Train
says,
or Stella by Starlight or Autumn Leaves. You are
hang
wrong. We are
Video's not showing up. Just audio. Let me try that again.
Today we're going to learn all that shit. So buckle up and let's go. So you're probably thinking we're going to take a look at A Train or Stella by Starlight or Autumn Leaves. You are wrong. We are looking at Happy fucking
YouTube is being silly right
Birthday
now.
because you are.
I can't make the video show up. It's like showing me all white.
Today we're going to learn all that shit.
Well,
so buckle
we'll hear
up
it.
and let's go. So
Can't
you're
see the
probably thinking
video.
We're going to take a look at A Train or Stella by Starlight or Autumn Leaves. You are wrong. We are looking at Happy fucking Birthday because you are a basic bitch.
Happy
and
fucking
if you
birthday.
can't do it with that kind of song, forget about everything else. So happy form. Today we're going to learn all
This is,
that shit. So buckle
this is
up.
Andy
and
Wood.
Let's go. So you're probably thinking we're going to take a
Song
look at
recently
A Train
was inspired
or
by
Stella
Steve
by
Morse.
Starlight or Autumn Leaves. You are wrong. We are looking
Autumn
at
Leaves, a jazz
Happy
standard.
fucking Birthday because you are a basic bitch, and if you can't do it with that kind of song,
like repeating
forget
now.
about everything.
What the hell is going on here? I can't see the video. The video's repeating. Let me try that one more time. There it goes. Here we go.
Today we're going to
All
learn
right. Let me pull it up on screen here.
all that shit. So buckle up and let's go.
He's got an expensive ass Gibson hollow body.
A Train or Stella by Starlight or Autumn Leaves. You are wrong. We are looking at Happy fucking Birthday because you
Happy
are a
fucking
basic
birthday.
bitch, and if you can't do it with that kind of song, forget about everything else. So happy form. Today we're going to learn all that shit. So buckle
Oh, it's a repeat, like 23 seconds long. Okay. Hang on.
up and let's go.
There it goes.
Lines, meaning harmonic phrases, 4 bars.
He's kind of doing some teaching there.
It's what I call gaytudes. And gaytudes are basically
Gay tunes.
straight 8th note lines that outline the changes. They sound like classical music, like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Kind of a jazzy guy there.
Changes. Now, we don't just outline when
Hey, very good guitar player, you know, jazz guy. Chad says a LOL, Matt trolling. Kent says London Symphony, Steve Morse, Royal Albert Hall, classic, Perfect Strangers. Matt Evans says, sorry Ed, that was an old link. This is the right one. Alright, let's try this. Free Range Chicken featuring Brent Mason, Andy Wood. Okay, here we go. Sent me the wrong link. Not sure what guitar brand that is. I'm going to skip around here because videos tend to get me blocked. The banjo playing right there. I got to be real careful about how much I play. Got some southern rock type of stuff. Wait, Here's the most replayed part here. A guy on a tablet? Whoa, hey. Slow down there, boy. Hey, he's fucking, damn. That's some pretty good shit there. That's really great. Like, good musicians there. Really good musicianship. Get the background music back going here. Kent says, John Lord tribute. Ron says, he's a basic bitch who plays gay tunes. Ron says, too funny. Matt Evans says, oh, you're killing me. Sorry, Ed, for sending the wrong video. Haha. Ron says, it's his face. Ron says, no worries, Matt. He says, no big deal. It was funny as hell. Faye Vita says, free range chicken feet. Wow. Ron says, Shure guitar. They make awesome stuff. Ian Tomley uses their stuff. Okay, never saw those. Yeah, Confucius say, $10 super chat, get Chinese liquor. Kent says, you're wrong, Black Crowes, good groove, play something, boss. Might do that in a second. All right. Ron says, the big wreck lead guy. La Soie Boutique says, Ed, rock on. What's up? How you doing there? Matt Evans says, oh yeah, Andy Wood, he has a signature shoot, I think. When is the signature Ed Philippines guitar coming out? The Ed Phillips guitar coming out. 7% royalty, industry standard. I don't know. Nobody ever offered. Like, yeah, I'd love to do a signature guitar. Ron says Ian Tomley. Let me restart this chat real quick. The computer's getting kind of glitchy. All right, here we go. I'm back. Katie says, hi Ed, by any chance, do you know Ball and Biscuit by the White Stripes? I've heard the song, don't really know it though. I had a girlfriend in my 20s who forced me to listen to every White Stripe album, put them all on my computer and played them like over and over again. Do like the White Stripes though. Ron says, Back in Black, don't know the words. See the lyrics here. Well, don't know the words, but I can play the riff. Matt says, how much did your mother-in-law pay for the paint thinner? About 10 cents, I bet. Pretty cheap in China. Yeah, I mean, like Baijiu is called, like the national liquor of China, and it tastes like moonshine that would probably make you go blind. Made of sorghum, I believe. She sent me another bottle here. Like this here stuff's the high proof bottle. It's 56% alcohol. This right here is the lower proof stuff. It's 43%. Ron says, being an early 80s child. Yeah, me too. Yep. Matt Evans says, they have the right guitar for that one. Haha. Yeah, the SG. Ron says, sick. Matt says, Angus's tone is deceptively clean. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, like, you know, the rhythm guitar on like most AC/DC stuff was a Malcolm playing a Gretsch, and Gretches are pretty clean. Like they don't distort a lot. Kind of low output pickups. Ron says, sure do. Faye Vita says, I like AC/DC, but only with Bond's voice. Yeah, I'm kind of a Bon Scott guy myself. Chad Thompson says, Malcolm kicked ass. Yeah, playing that Gretsch jet guitar he had. You ever had a guitar with Filtertrons? Like those kind of pickups? They are very low output. They don't distort a lot. A Gretsch guitar. Ron says, yeah, my Gretsch Electric and my open body are clear as spring water. They sound a little bit like single coils. It's kind of weird. Kind of twangy, right? All right, give me another beer here. Miss Constitutional Right says, hi Ed, what's up? Hope you're having a good 4th of July weekend here. Scattered Lodges says, hey Ed, I think you have a song called Gonna Keep On Drinking. Could be mistaken. Yeah, I play that one. It's a Big Bill Brunsey song. I just played that earlier, actually. Ron says, Dad saves these two guitars from the music shop he had to close in the 80s. So you got a pretty old Gretsch there. Sebastian says, I'll be investing toward a Gretsch G5 222, which is basically a replica of his natural finish Firebird that he played. I didn't know he had a Firebird. Yeah. Talk about Malcolm. He mostly played a Gretsch. Natural finish Firebird that he played. Did they have a Gretsch Firebird? Ron says a business partner screwed him, or I'd be running it right now. Shit. This is 1963 Gretsch Jet Firebird. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it is like a signature guitar was a Jet. I guess it was a Jet Firebird. He got that from his brother George, who was in a band called the Easy Beats. But I'll tell you about a Gretsch. It's not like a Ride the Lightning type of guitar. It's a more kind of low key, like a low distortion type of guitar. Just those Filtertron pickups. Kind of sounds a little bit Fendery. Ron says he went from that to living off grid, trapping, hunting, and logging. Damn. That's pretty cool. I wish I could do that. Sebastian says, although I imagine there's a difference between the solid body Gretsch and the white Falcon he had on Back in Black, I'm trying to determine which one would be more aggressive in sound. Might want to go for the solid body, I would say. Like my Gretsch hollow body, like, you know, not exactly a fucking like a hard rock guitar. I mean, you can make it work. He made it work. Probably go for the solid body, the Jet. Ron says my upbringing would have been drastically different, so maybe a good thing. He taught me that stuff when I was young. The solid body Gretsch are much better for that, he says. Jody says, Buddy Waters. I guess she means muddy. I can do some Muddy Waters. Just give me 1 second to smoke this cig here. I think I did Hoochie Coochie Man earlier. I can probably do Mojo Working for You. I can see my gray hairs on camera now. Jesus, I'm getting old. Just for men time. Kent Kearney says, can't be satisfied. I'll probably do Mojo Working in just a second. Let's go ahead and play that. I'll really like this cigarette. Katie says, awesome. Had the good fortune to see Muddy Waters live. Damn, that's cool. But my dad, he was out in Dallas, Texas one night when he was like probably a teenager, late 70s. And, like out in Dallas back in those days, and probably now too, there's like 4 or 5 like big people in town, and he saw a marquee sign with Muddy Waters, and he passed it up and went to see Alice Cooper instead, who he had already seen like 3 or 4 times. Jody says, LOL, had some drinks, typo. Let's do some muddy. Some finger picking shit.
my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. My mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. A whole lot of tricks keeping him on ice. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Muddy Waters. Some old shit by him, probably the 50s. Ron says the Jets were a direct competitor for the Les Pauls back in the day. Yeah, it kind of shaped like one, yeah, like double cutaway though. Ron says, great guitars. Katie says, right on. Kent Kearney says, dig. YouTuber says, get my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Katie says, get my mojo working. Let's see. Faye Vita sends me a fire heart. Katie says, Mr. Mojo Rising. Jim Morrison. Ron says, they called the Rock Jets. Faye Vita says, beautiful Ed. Wow, appreciate that. Joda says, oh yeah, need to learn Hoochie Coochie Man. Yeah, I played that earlier. YouTuber says, that was a great tune, Ed. Appreciate it very much, man. Ron says they had the same body on the old Rock Jet, single cutout. YouTuber says, yes, sir. Ron says, that was like a locomotive, Ed. You've got to get that train beat for blues, man. You know, the old rhythms for a lot of blues songs were based on trains. All right, talk to me, people. What y'all got for me? Offer still there, $10 super chat to drink the Chinese fucking paint thinner. Tastes like fucking, you know, like alcoholic sewage or something. Camera's out of focus. Come on, camera.
Got to show my face to the camera to make it focus. Yeah, there we go. I mean, who wouldn't want to have some commie juice on the 4th of July? Ron says SRV said even who beats were used. Kent Kearney says I hoboed to Byron. Rock on Lee Marvin. Matt Evans says remember that time Austin Powers lost his mojo. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Austin Powers movie in the 90s. Yeah, that was a good movie. Ron says hoofbeats. YouTuber says Trump is having a UFC event at the White House. Classy. Figured it'd be wrestling. You know, he's a wrestling guy, right? He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. But I mean, you know, Abraham Lincoln was a wrestler. YouTuber says not the Chinese liquor. Lord have mercy. Katie says probably the lead in it. YouTuber says on the 4th, that's blasphemy. He says I'll watch that UFC event for sure. Remember that time he shaved Vince McMahon's head in the ring? YouTuber says, yeah, Trump is a WWE fan. He loves it. He's good buddies with old Vince. Katie says, lid on the Chinese liquor. YouTuber says, yeah, he's shaving bald. Yep. And, you know, Linda McMahon, Vince McMahon's wife, is the Secretary of Education now. Yeah, Linda McMahon. But apparently Vince is like separated from her, and he's like taking dumps on interns and stuff, like allegedly. YouTuber says she's badass, Vince's wife. She works in Trump's team. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna step outside and take care of some man business.
Time goes too fast when you're trying to say goodbye, but it goes so slow when you're grieving that they died. Time, it could be time in the life.
Matt Evans says that 10-cent Chinese paint thinner would cost $100 to import now because of tariffs. Yeah, I bought a bottle of it, like a fifth of it, back here on the interwebs. It was about $30, probably more now, yeah, because of tariffs. Came from I think it came from California. YouTuber says, yeah, Vince took a dump on an intern. He got sued. Vince is savage. Katie says, laughing my ass off, funny. Ron says, I was never a wrestling fanatic, but I did like Randy Savage. Yeah, Macho Man, yeah. Back in the good old days when wrestling was cool and shit. I saw most of those people. I saw Hulk Hogan and like Andre the Giant and Jim Duggan, like a lot of those people, like live. He says, Macho Man was my hero. I still got my Ultimate Warrior nightlight, by the way. It doesn't work, but I got it. Matt Evans says, ever tried Korean soju? Tastes pretty bad, but probably better than that Chinese stuff. I never tried that. No, I tell you what, this stuff here, like this old Chinese stuff, like it's... I mean, it's like the worst fucking moonshine you ever had in your fucking life. Ron says, that's awesome. Katie says, White Lightning. Might do some White Lightning in just a minute. That fucking that time that Jake the Snake sicked that fucking that cobra on Macho Man, like when he was tied up in the ropes and let the cobra bite him. I was watching that when it came on TV, and I was like, oh my god, like, Daddy, is he gonna die? And my dad was like, no, that snake's probably fixed. It's like the greatest moment ever. Kent Kearney says AWA Vern Gagne, Minnesota. That's some old school shit there. Yeah, like Hulk Hogan came from there. I believe Ric Flair probably did too. Ron says, when you guys punish Ed with Shine, you punish me also. I'll do one of you, do as usual. I'll do one if you do as usual, yeah. Give me some notes on this stuff here. This Chinese liquor. Yeah, God, it smells like just like corn liquor that's infused with like diarrhea farts or something. Matt Evans says, right. I need to try and sleep again. Cheers all. Thanks, Ed. Well, you have a good one, Matt. I kind of love that British thing of right. Like they used to say that shit on Monty Python. Like, right. You have a good one, Matt. I'll see you later, man. Ron says, when the snake came out, I went berserk. Oh, you saw it too? Yeah, the snake like biting Macho Man. YouTuber says the business has been given. Ron says, yelling at the TV, screaming out his cheating as if it were real. Yeah, I thought it was real when I was a kid. YouTuber says, Ed, have you ever tried cannabis-infused liquor? Well, like, I think my early 20s, my buddies had a bottle of Cuervo that they put some buds in, and that sucked. So, yeah, I had to try that. YouTuber says you need to try it. I'm not a big cannabis guy myself. Like, don't really like being high. Ron says my kid buddy used to always have it on. YouTuber says get you hammered and stoned. Katie says diarrhea farts. LOL. Ron says, skunky tequila, that can't be good. People used to do that, take a bottle of Cuervo and put a fucking bud in there. Yeah. YouTuber says it's a difficult process, but it tastes amazing and it's awesome. And me, like I never liked the smell of pot. Like just never liked it. Like I got high like a bunch of times, like back in the day. Like just wasn't my thing though. Ron says, Ed, did you bring your pedal board out? Yeah, I told you I'd do that like last time, and I forgot to do it. YouTuber says, I'm a cannabis enthusiast. To each their own. YouTuber says, I drank, but not a lot. Ron says, no worries, brother. Kent Kearney says, go on. Anyone else not feeling like marching up and down the square? All right, go on. You mean like Tiananmen Square or something? Gotta smell this low proof stuff, like maybe it's better. No, smells the same. Yeah. Ugh. Ron paid me last time to drink some. I think somebody else did too. And you'd sit here for like a good 30 seconds, like just going the old Chinese hooch. YouTuber says, do you drink champagne or wine? Sometimes I buy like a bottle of French wine, like some Bordeaux, something like that, or some Chianti from Italy. Champagne, like kind of overrated. But yeah, I do like some wine. Red wine. Champagne and butt sex, so kind of overrated. Ron says, just the other high-proof liquor with Chinese water. Right, yeah. The YouTuber says, wine is all right, kind of dry. Wine is all right, kind of dry. Randy Downing says, was it the Crusher and the Bruiser and the Valchones and Dr. X? You mean the Randy Savage snake thing? That was old Jake. YouTuber says, sounds good. YouTuber says, Jake the Snake Roberts. Yeah, one of my favorite wrestlers of all time. A very good storyteller too, like a very good talker. He says, pythons aren't venomous, by the way. No, the fucking snake he put on Randy Savage was a cobra, but it was a fixed cobra. A YouTuber says, they are constrictors. He mostly had a python, but yeah, the snake on Randy Savage was a cobra. YouTuber says a cobra. Yeah, I remember. I think he defanged it or something. They take like silicone and like put it in their venom glands. Yeah. YouTuber says good times. Ron says you're half right. LOL. Yeah, dude, back when wrestling was cool. Kent says rap death. I wish I could have a snake, but my fucking wife like won't let me get one. YouTuber says with silicone in the venom glands. Yeah, they take the fucking glands out and like spray silicone in there. I'm a reptile amphibian guy. Got me a frog named Bill Harrison. My wife won't let me have a fucking snake. Kent Kearney says Gator Roll Blues. I wish I knew that one. How'd y'all like my fucking thumbnail art there, like with George Washington with a pimp hat and a guitar? some AI stuff I did. YouTuber says, wait till you have a turtle. I used to have one. Probably couldn't have one now. The wife would get pissed off. YouTuber says a frog. Yeah, got me a African clawed frog named Bill Harrison. About 10 years old now. Kent Kearney says Jerry Blackwell from Stone Mountain, Georgia. It's outside of Atlanta. YouTuber says Ribbit. Bill Harrison clicks like the African frogs. They fucking click. Yeah. This is Bill Harrelson. No, Bill Harrison. Ron says I thought it was sick. YouTuber says Harrison. Yeah. Bill Harrison, the frog. Ralphie from 1983's Christmas Story says, are African frogs one of those big chunky ones? They're kind of small, about that big around. Fully aquatic, don't go onto land, really. Kent says, Gator Roll Blues is yours to create. Alrighty, I'll try to write that. YouTuber says frog legs are delicious. I ate some one time at the buffet. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like chicken, but without the skin. That's kind of my problem with it. No skin on it. And I can't really eat frogs because my best friend in the whole world, my pet, Bill Harrison, is a frog. Le Soir Boutique says, Happy 4th. He says, beer cheers. Cheers to you. YouTuber says, all that white meat. Ron says, write the alligator Alcatraz blues. Ron says, don't they eat small frogs, Ed? I think some Asian countries, they'll eat whole frogs. Not much fucking meat on a frog, but the legs have a lot of meat. YouTuber says, what species of African clawed frog? Fully aquatic. Like a fucking fish, Faye Vita says there's also frogs that make you high. Yeah, old Colorado river toads. Yeah, got the DMT in them. YouTuber says African bullfrogs are huge. Oh yeah. Ron says but I meant the frogs like yours. Doesn't his species eat other small frogs and tadpoles? Probably, yeah. I actually had an African frog when I was a kid, and I got some tadpoles from somewhere, like a pond somewhere, and I put him in there with him. So, surely, he won't cannibalize his own kind, right? And he just fucking ate them all. And YouTuber says African clawed frog. Jody says, have a really old house, basement got some water, black snake come up from where old cable wires were. I'm okay with snakes, but him in the living room did startle me. I'm fine with snakes, the ones that won't kill you. Ralphie says, are clawed frogs those ones that break the bones in their hands, then the bones poke through their skin like Wolverine claws? I don't know if they do that, but they do have claws. YouTuber says, what do you feed it? Just pellets. They make pellets for them, which is kind of convenient because most frogs will only eat live stuff. You got to buy them crickets and shit like that. But these guys, just eat pellets and fish food and stuff like that. Ron says, then he could hardly blame you for eating frog's legs. YouTuber says, I used to have zebra finches. My dad had some of those. Like pretty much like every kind of bird that's ever existed, my dad had one. We had an emu for a while, and he got rid of it. He had some finches. Mostly a chicken guy. Like he raised like purebred, like heritage breed chickens. Put them in chicken shows, if you can believe that. Like they had like chicken shows, like they have fucking dog shows. No shit. And I still got some of my dad's trophies, like up on the wall there. YouTuber says they poop everywhere. Any kind of bird like poops a lot. Yeah. Ron says pet guppies in 5 year for him. YouTuber says golden finches are very beautiful. My fucking old man like had every kind of fucking bird imaginable, like pheasants, like every kind of pheasant, fucking chickens, pigeons, like all that bullshit. Like he just liked birds. Sporty Otter says, yo, just woke up. Did y'all miss me? What's up? How you doing? I got your recipe for Schweinhaxe and Sauerbraten. YouTuber says, predatory birds. Ron Swanson says, I've tried almost every animal you can eat, but no reptiles. Have I had reptiles? No, I don't think I've never had no gator meat and nothing like that. Ron says, chicken fancier. Yeah, pretty much was, yeah, chicken fancier. My dad. YouTuber says, zebra finches male sing songs. Sporty says, super enjoy the feast then. Ralphie says, when I was a kid, I used to have a leopard gecko. That's pretty cool. Love me some lizards and reptiles and stuff like that. Not a dog guy, not a cat guy. It's like, reptiles and amphibians. Sporty says, I had a nightingale outside last night singing so beauteous. Cool. We got bats here. So. Ron says, I had a bird eating tarantula when I was a punk. Yeah, I used to date a girl who kept tarantulas, and I got like a huge fear of insects and spiders and stuff, like a kind of arachnophobic, I guess. And she's like, hey, you want to meet Fluffy? She took him out of the fucking little plastic thing, and I was like, no, I don't want to meet Fluffy. But I got fucking lightheaded and stuff, like I was gonna pass out and shit. Like, no, I don't want to meet Fluffy. Put him back. No. Sporty says, pet sounds today. Edward talking about pets. Yeah. Pet Sounds, great album by the Beach Boys. Brian Wilson just passed away a couple of weeks ago. Sporty says, I'll run from a spider. Phobia. YouTube says, LOL. Jody says, yuck, no spiders. Sporty says, rip Brian. Yeah, Brian Wilson, like one of my favorite composers of all time. And she says, I miss Brian. Like a couple of years ago, these garden spiders, like, you know what I mean? Big ass fucking garden spiders, like built like webs, like all over my yard. There's one on both porches, one in the door to this building, and one in my flower bed. And yeah, I walked outside, like went on my porch and freaked out, like, oh goddamn. And the bite of a garden spider is like a bee sting, but still scary though. Like I'm arachnophobic. I fucking hate spiders. And I had to do something, you know. It's like, God damn, these spiders are invading me, like big ass garden spiders, like all over the place, like in my house and stuff. And so I like, you know, poisoned them and stuff. And I fucking see spiders, like big spiders. I get fucking lightheaded and shit. Like, Sporty says, sing us "Do It Again" for the recipes, please. I don't know the words. Let me see here. Let me shut this music off.
It's automatic women. Do it again.
That's all I know of it. YouTuber says Brian was the best. Sporty Otter says neurodiverse people are the best in general. I met a few. They can be kind of cool. Jody says they eat bugs, so have a purpose. Don't like them though. Ogma says top of the morning, grand soft day. Have you played Machine Gun this evening? No big deal, just an idea, man. That's kind of a tall order, like with no backup band and shit. Machine Gun. Ralphie says, one time at like 2 in the morning, I found a black widow climbing on the wall of our guest bedroom. Oh, shit, yeah, fuck those things. Sporty says, hey, Agma. She says, yes, love this one, even if you don't know the words. Sporty says, Brian Ramones. Ron says, had a bunch of green animals. They were like Jurassic Park velociraptors when I would add crickets. Oh yeah, a lot of animals around here, but I used to keep them. Ogma says, hey, Sporty. Lisa Kozik says, I ordered your CD and sent a tip with it. Can you let me know if it goes through when you see your orders? All right, yeah, I'll do that. Just let me check Bandcamp here. See if I can find it. Maybe not on this computer. I don't know. Give 1 second here. Check my email. Did you get the digital version or a CD? Yeah, she says CD. Hang on. Don't see it yet. Might like show up after a while. Sporty says, I am surprised. Kent Kearney says, do it again. London 66. Dennis Troy says 32 watching, 89 thumbs up. Hi Ed, what's up, man? How you doing? Sporty says, I'd have a heart failure and die on the spot with a tarantula on the wall. Probably me too. Jody says, nah, Sporty, I would run. But yeah, maybe it takes a while for like orders on CDs to show up, Lisa, but I did not see it right now. If you're just joining us, $10 super chat to drink the Chinese paint thinner, the worst liquor ever made by human beings ever in the history of mankind. So, Sporty says, spiders have their place in the world, but somewhere not near me. Right, yeah. They're like wasps. I could probably like a do without wasps. Like I'd probably be happy if all wasps just fucking went extinct. They don't do nothing. They don't pollinate nothing. They're fucking assholes.
You made me wanna lay right down and die.
Play some music here. Let me think here. Let's do the guitar rag here. Sylvester Weaver there from the 20s. Sporty says, yeah, play some music. Jody getting antsy for tunes, I bet you. Ralphie says, that's really weird. Wasps actually pollinate, but they suck at it. Yeah. Wasps are like pretty much useless. Like, fuck them. Sporty says, love that movie. Ralphie, thanks for the grin reminder. Getting acquainted and stuff. Jody says, good song. I sing it. I don't believe it has lyrics. Sporty says, lovely slip sliding. Sporty says, hold the mic at Jody. She says, sitting on top of the world, I can do that. Sebastian says, great picking, brother. Sounding great. Appreciate it very much, man. Ron says, when I used to fall trees for fire guards, I would occasionally drop a hornet's nest out of a tree. They tore me up. Something awful every time. I could do without them. Yeah, fuck hornets too. Yeah. I mean, like hornets' nests are pretty cool to decorate with. Like if you find like an old one that's like not inhabited. Sporty says, I had a piece of mail that came with a bit of wasp nest attached just yesterday. Damn. All right, let's do some sitting on top of the world. Finger picking style. Here we go. Was in the spring, one summer day, my baby left me when she went away. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Was in El Paso, she called me up. Come back, daddy. Well, it needs so. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Peaches, don't shake my tree. Stay out of my orchard, let my peaches be. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Like you got your man. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Summer day, my baby left me when she went away. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. All right. Some stuff by the Mississippi Sheiks right there. Kind of done halfway Doc Watson style. Ralphie says, how did you get so good at finger picking? Whenever I try playing rhythm and lead at the same time, it always gets tripped up. Just got kind of lucky. I was taught to do it early on as a teenager by my dad. Sporty says, so far, so good. Woke up to the blues, hang in place, smiling. Everything else can wait. Sporty says, hi, Silky Shop. And she says, yeehaw, thanks, Ed. Well, you're welcome. La Soie Boutique says, hi, happy 4th, y'all. Happy 4th of July to you. Sporty says, no George tonight. Maybe he's festivizing somewhere. Yeah. George Ordway hadn't showed up. Sporty says, I'm waiting to celebrate Bastille Day. She says, it's the 5th here, thankfully. Shit. Jody says, good song. Good holiday, fucking 4th of July, right? The founding of the greatest country, anywhere between Canada and Mexico. Lisa says, okay, thank you. Ron says, good version, brother. Made it your own. You fucking foreigners, y'all will accept our fucking domination over you. You'll eat our fucking McDonald's and shit. And if you don't like it, like, we'll send our fucking Batman planes over there and bomb you to fucking Kingdom Come. Goddamn it, America. Ron says, good version, brother. Made it your... I just read that. Sporty says, was ignoring it this year. Nothing to celebrate except throwing folks in the crapper. She says, I'm doing 250 years in 6 months. Ron says, over half the U.S. people are happier than they have been in 5 years. I mean, you know, we're trying to get like some kind of return to normalcy here. Seems to be happening a bit, like just overall in the cultural zeitgeist, I guess you could say. It's been pretty fucked up for the past 10 or 15 years. And let us remember, I'm not a Trumpy guy. Like I'm a fucking a center left guy, but not woke by any means. More of a Bill Maher type of guy myself. Sporty says, I can't go visit my dying mother due to ice. Nothing to celebrate. But you're a fucking American citizen though. Like, ice? Really? Shit. Jody says, yay, Sporty. Ron says, or actually, I think approvals in the U.S. is higher than Reagan. Could be, I don't know. Music blogger says, my local guitar store has the Gibson version of Your Epiphone Lucille on sale for $10,000, signed by B.B. King. Shit. You know, if you're a guitar collector, it might be worth it. Sporty says, thank you, Jordy. Like you too, Jody. Sporty says, hi, music blogger. Ron says, anyone can visit as a tourist. Music blogger says, hola, senorita, how are you? Ron says, I'm a Canadian and cross all the time. Ron says, no one bothers me. No, but Sporty, like, I thought you were from, like, Chicago. Like, I don't think, like, ice ought to be fucking with you. Sid for Brain says, everyone bothers me, but that's a different story. Hey, same here. I'm a fucking misanthrope. Shit. Ron says, even people from Europe can come and go as they please for vacations. I think it's pretty easy to get a visa over here. Oop, dropped my cigarette. Sporty says, no, they're looking us up, Ron. Open your eyes. Locking us up. Jody says, ice raids in Kansas. Lisa Kozik says, it said it will ship July the 7th, but I'll send you a super chat because the extra tip didn't go through. The second one did. Well, I appreciate that very much for you buying my album. Thank you very much there, Lisa Kozik. I do appreciate it when y'all buy my records and stuff. Shovel says, Ron doesn't know shit. Sporty says, and I'm not debating reactionism with you this morning. Too angry about the situation. Ron says, all you need is a passport. Sid for Brain says, if you're illegal, what the fuck? Sporty says, thank you, Shovel. Sporty says, I was getting heated and that isn't good for my heart. Shovel says, downplay it, bootlicker. Sporty says, open your damn eyes, people. Tell them, Shovel. Ron says, I only know what the law is. I guess that's for sure. Lisa Kozik sends me $5. I thank you very much for that, Lisa. I appreciate those super chats. Super chats are the life of the show. I don't put ads on these videos. So yeah, if you like feeling like sending me some love, like put some money in the fucking super chat tip bucket, thank you very much for that. Ron says, absurd. Ron says, nice, Lisa. Sporty says, there are travel advisories. Shovel says, learn the Constitution next, MAGA. I mean, like MAGA has kind of rigged the system by Trump, like appointing a bunch of Supreme Court like justices, but he did it legally. You got to give that to him. I mean, he, they're making like fucked up decisions like sometimes, but he did go by the Constitution. But yeah, he pretty much fucking owns the Supreme Court now. Ron says, Sporty says, a foreign resident tourist have been locked up. Really? Damn. Ron says, I know, but that part's not true. I'm Canadian, laughing my ass off. Ron says, not mega. Sporty Otter says, a shovelite, I gotta go for a minute. This is about my mother. And shame on people. Sporty says, seriously. Ron says, I don't want to argue. What's a fucking Ed Phillips live stream without some political and religious shit, Center left is where it's at. Bill fucking Clinton. Greatest president of my lifetime. Ron says, I was just in the USA a month ago. Dennis Troy says, yep. He says, they never batted an eye. I believe it's like actually harder to get into Canada than it is to get into the U.S. from Canada. I did not have sex or relationships with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. Ron says, yes, it is. Ralphie says, it's impossible to make everyone happy with politics. And yeah, right. Yeah, yep. And I'm a centrist, so like everybody hates me. Pick a side, goddammit. Right. Ron says, do a shot. We'll do a shot. All right. And, still on the table, the Chinese paint thinner, a $10 super chat. I'll drink some of this crap and, let y'all know what it tastes like. But, let's see here. Let me restart the music here. All right. Sporty says, no pity about my situation about mother just argue wrong information with me. That's cruel and nasty. Ron says, especially now people are hysterical. Yeah, pretty crazy situation right now, like politically, like like people need to simmer down here in the United States. All right, Courvoisier for the ladies, cognac, and some good old Jefferson's bourbon here from America. Y'all tell me which one, Jefferson's or Courvoisier. Shovel says, Trump's wealth doubled in 6 months. What are you saying about the Constitution? Might be a conflict of interest there. I don't know. You know, he does have a brand and stuff. I was never a Trump guy. I still believe that no president will ever be as bad as George W. Bush, like myself. Chan Bayless says, Ed, on the average, how many hours of sleep do you get in a night? Probably 5 or 6, something like that, 5 or 6 or 7. Ron says, there are tons of German citizens coming up to Canada from the U.S. I've met hundreds of them already this year. Ron says they go there first sometimes. Sid for Brain says his lawsuits are raking in big bucks. Jody votes Jeffersons. Faye Vita says cognac. So we got 1 and 1 now. Y'all get them votes in. Your vote counts. See if I can ring the trash can from here. Got it. All right. You got the 3 points there. Put them votes in the fucking in the chat there. We got 1 vote for Jeffersons and 1 vote for Cognac. Need some more votes here. Shovel says his lawsuits are extortion. That's his life's work. Were you born yesterday? He is a very litigious guy. Sporty says 1 of each. Ron says, my area has always been a big draw to European visitors because of the wildlife and exceptional scenes. Talking about Western Canada there, I believe. Ron says bourbon. All right, bourbon winning so far by 1. Y'all get me some more votes in here. Dennis Troy says 31 watching, 94 thumbs up. Y'all hit that like button, subscribe, and share this on your social media. I would love that. And while y'all are voting, I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. I'll be right back. Sid says, I'm a tequila guy and not me. He says, no need for hostility, Shovel. Shovel says, stay with the Europeans. Then Ron says, lots of German people settling here from Germany right now. Most say they don't like the way things were going. He says, no shade on Germany. No more votes. I guess bourbon will win this one. Ron says, I would like to visit there one day. I'd love to go to Germany, like probably the only country in Europe I could order a beer outside of England. Or, Britain, I mean, UK, yeah. All right. Some high-proof stuff here, the Jefferson's bourbon. It is 130 proof, like pretty strong stuff, cast strength. And this very bottle right here was made personally by Thomas Jefferson. This is a 200-year-old bottle of liquor, and I'm lying. Jody says Ireland, good beer. Yeah. Fucking good old Guinness, man. That's some good shit. And that red ale they have there, what's that? That Smithwick's. Yeah. Sid for Brain says I work with a bunch of Germans in the Mercedes business, but I was young, good folks. Randy says I grew up in pool halls and cycle shops, so we learned how to spot a con a mile away. A good con could be fun. Liars not the same. Anyway, let's do this shot here. Cheers, Prost, L'chaim, Kim Pai, Salud, down the hatch. Faye Vita says Prosted. Dennis Troy says cheers. Sid for Brain says con salesman, same shit, different pile. Yeah, I know some professional salesmen, and they basically are bullshit artists. I'd probably make more money if I could bullshit good, you know. Buy the fucking Edward Phillips album right here, fucking 5% off, man. You know. I ain't got it in me. I could never sell shit. I couldn't be a car salesman. Just like too honest. Like, Ron says all politicians are liars and salesmen, con artists. Some just do it like the mafia, and some like a snake. Right? Yeah. Dennis Troy says, "Wow, 5%. Okay." Ralphie says, "Ed, do you have an Instagram? That could be a good way to get your stuff out there." I do have an Instagram, but I don't put nothing on there. Like I've got like 1 or 2 posts. Might look into that though, like putting some stuff on there. But y'all do sign up to my fucking Facebook page. I lost my Facebook like last year because of hacking, and so yeah, I'd like to build my Facebook following back up. And Ron, if one of y'all, if you could put a link to the Facebook page there, and y'all could join that. It kind of sucks because you know, goddamn, like, you know, bookers and stuff will look at that shit, like people who book gigs, like, damn, he's got like 45 followers on Facebook. I guess I wouldn't book him. I used to have like 1,000 followers or something like that on Facebook. And yeah, got my shit canceled because of a hacker. Shovel says con, Bible salesman, president, same shit, different pile. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Sid says, I tried sales, ended up fixing espresso machines for the last 15 years of work. Ron says, I hate all politicians. Sporty always think I'm back in MAGA somehow. Randy says, if you make me laugh about how this is the best chain lube ever, I might just buy a case. Ron says, join the Facebook page. There's a link there. Jody says, music. Might do some music. All right. Ralphie says, there's a saying I love. Thinking a politician cares about you is like thinking the stripper loves you. Right. Yeah. Shovel says, because you are. Ron says, ha ha. All right. Let's do some music here. Find my pick here.
your hide. I'm a king bee, baby, buzzing around your hide. Make honey, baby, won't you let me come inside? I'm young and I'm able to buzz all night long. Well, I'm young and I'm able, baby, to buzz all night long. When you hear me buzzing, baby, you know some stinging going on. I'm a king bee, baby, want you to be my queen. I'm a king bee, baby, want you to be my queen. Together we can make honey like the world never seen. But I'm a king bee, baby, I can buzz all night long. I'm a king bee, baby, I can buzz all night long. I can buzz better, baby, when your man done gone. King B. Good old swamp blues there. I believe it's the first song the Blues Brothers did on SNL. Sporty says a LOL, a Diddy special lube is that much per bottle. He fucking got off basically. Like he got some like some prostitution charges, which will probably be like time served. Ron says I got him out of a pretty tight spot after all. It got him out of a pretty tight spot. Right. Redskin says, hey everybody, what's up, man? Sporty says Edward is a king bee. He buzzes all night long on various shots. And right, yeah. Randy says, I made my living racing dirt bikes for 20 years. Nothing to show for it, but everything that hurts now. I played a fucking dirt bike festival one time, or a dirt bike rally, like whatever it's called. A motocross type of thing. And, yeah, like it was trying to set up, like, you know, like taking my amps to the fucking stage and people like going by me like, wow. There was a helicopter out there, like hauling somebody to the fucking hospital. Sporty says, hey, a garage. Get Fiddle says, good job. Appreciate that. Jody says, nice. Appreciate it. Ron says, right on, brother. Stein Erik Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? How you doing? Ralphie says, Ed, how long you been playing guitar for? It's about 9 years old, something like that. Sporty says, hi, Stein. Ron says, there was a geyser of hate there for a second. Get Fiddle says, you have the perfect voice for blues music. I appreciate that very much. I kind of try to sound like Robert Johnson, kind of. Sporty says he does Get Fiddle, a real good vibrato. Yeah, I had to work on that for a long time, too, a vocal vibrato. Yeah, it's kind of hard. Sebastian says, a great job, brother. That was the first song I ever learned to play on the guitar. Cool, man. It's a good song there, good blues song. Lisa says, bourbon. Just had some bourbon just a second ago. Might have some a little bit later. Sporty says, how do you train that, Ed? I really want to know. I didn't train. Like I just did it by brute force, like just singing like every night,
years and years. I never had a vocal coach. I probably should have had one. Would have taken me less time to learn how to sing. I still don't consider myself a great singer, but yeah, just brute force, like just singing like all the time. Sporty says that you control it so well. I believe like my fucking vibrato is kind of similar to like David Bowie's, like really fast. Ralphie says, do you think Robert Johnson actually sold his soul? Nah, it's kind of a legend. It's like the old Dr. Faust thing, right? They used to say that about Tommy Johnson before they said it about him. The old sell your soul thing about Robert Johnson, like it came up in the 80s, the 60s, I'm sorry. Sporty says, I do, but metaphorically, not literally. As Sporty says, I think it means the devil was a life on the road and he chose it over home. Yeah, back in the 1920s and 30s, like if you played blues music, you basically like were considered to be in league with the devil. I mean, like Helen Wolf's mother would not talk to him till the day she died. It kind of made him sad and stuff. She believed he was a Satanist and shit for playing blues. Get Fiddle says, yes, you definitely have a good vibrato. Appreciate that, man. Redskin says, I ever broke a D string. Mine popped like it was scared of me or something. Yeah, I've broken every string on a guitar you can break. Live in front of people. With a whammy bar, so the whole guitar went out of tune. Ron says, he left and learned new things. When he came back, no one could believe how much better he was. Said he must have sold his soul to the devil. He played into that. Yeah. And it kind of started like in the 60s when they found Son House, and Son House said, yeah, he went away for a long time, come back and said, God damn it, look what I can do, he could play. But like apparently like Robert Johnson went to Arkansas and studied with a guy named Ike Zimmerman. Yeah. It was not like a recorded, not a documented blues singer on record, but yeah, taught him how to play. Sporty says, always the damn D string or G. Yeah, G for me, yeah. G string on the guitar. Sporty says, what Ron said, I do believe that bit too. Randy says, your natural voice and vibrato are outstanding. Sometimes I think we mess with things too much. Yeah, probably, yeah. Like modern music, like they fucking mess with stuff too much. Sporty says, people who are different could be seen as cursed, like witch burning. Yep. Sporty says, devil collaboration. Yeah, like 1920s, 1930s, like you played blues music, you were in league with the devil. Redskin says, I figured it'd be the high E string. Just put them things on a week or so ago. Ron says, a Son House expression was deadly. He was really good. Dennis Troy says, Randy, yep. Ralphie says, one time my low E just popped off the neck. Like, most times, like for me, like the fucking G string. Ron says, Ed would have been labeled a heretic. Probably. And offer still on the table, y'all. $10 super chat. I will drink the Chinese paint thinner, painter piss, or whatever you call it. The fucking terrible liquor from communist China. You know, great thing to drink here on July the 4th. Get Fiddle says, do you have a nightmare story from all the years of playing out there in bars? They do a lot of them, yeah. Just, embarrassing, like, stupid shit happening. Gotta think of one. Like getting in fights with people and shit. Ron says, science, the blues, no chance. So my roadie, sound guy, guitar guy, like a guitar tech guy, got in a fight with a guy one time that was like 6'5". He's like, "Fuck you, man!" Like, like just saying stupid shit to the guy, and the guy like wanted to beat his ass, and like Lee, his name, my friend's name, like he looks over like, Ed, come here. Like, what? This guy wants to beat my ass. God damn it, And like a drunk guy, obviously, like most places, like drunk guy, was like, "Hey, asshole, I'll kick your fucking ass!" Like he was bigger than me, like, but I was on the stage, like, so I was like taller than him, and some people from the bar like came and grabbed him and shit, and so took him off. He probably could have beat my ass, but I kind of stood up like, "Motherfucker, I'll whoop your goddamn ass," like my fucking dad or something. Ron says, "Oh hell, I'll do a shot of shine, would you? And tip $10, Ed. Don't need to drink that rot gut." Ron sends me Canadian $13.99. Says, "Don't drink more Chinese hooch." All right, well, I appreciate that fucking $13 very much, man. $14. Thank you very much for your generosity, Ron. And I'm glad I don't have to drink no Chinese hooch. But he also says, drink a shot of shine, like in that comment there. Sporty says, now Bootsy, I'd believe he sold his soul to the devil. Just joking. Taylor Langley says, "Have you traded your soul for guitar, Tommy?" Well, I wasn't using it, brother. Where out there? Yeah, they had a Tommy Johnson character in that movie, right? Redskin says, "There's certain songs that pop strings often." I was playing AC/DC. Nah, not certain songs, just, playing in general. Mr. Grateful Ed sends me $20. Here's $20. Pour that shit out. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Grateful Ed. I appreciate that super chat there. So people are paying me not to drink the fucking Chinese liquor. Shit. Thank you for that, man. But Ron said, take a shot of moonshine. We'll do that. Sporty says, "I love that film, Taylor. Anything Coen Brothers." Ron says, "Yeah, channel your dad, Ed." Channel my dad. Okay. Let's see here. "Fucking son, bitch, I'll whoop your goddamn ass. You fuck with me, goddammit. Fucking motherfucker." Sporty says, "Oh, brother, was Hillbilly Odyssey." Right, it's based on the Odyssey. That's correct. They gave Homer credits in the the ending credits. Let's get this fucking moonshine here. Ron says, every politician sells their soul to the devil, pretty much. Yep. Ron says, a nice, grateful Ed man. Taylor says, it's a great movie. Sporty says, about peed my pants when I saw my first Coen film, Raising Arizona. Ron says, ha ha. Redskin says, kind of pistol is that? It's an old like replica of a Civil War Navy pistol, a cap and ball pistol. Don't work. Sporty says, a Holly Hunter is a comedian Jim from Wacky Rolls. Taylor says, just don't pull a Alex Baldwin with that pistol. Yeah, I mean, fucking shoot my computer, I guess. Get Fiddle says, what's your favorite acoustic brand? Martin. Ron says, I have read all good Greek mythology I could get my hands on it. Yeah, good stuff. I'm like a Greek, fucking Greekophile, I guess they'd call it, a Hellenophile myself. Redskin says, yeah, I have the 1851 Colt cap and ball. Sporty says, wow, that's cool, Redskin. Okay, some corn liquor here. Pretty hot stuff. 60% alcohol. Y'all trying to kill me here. Where's that top there? Sporty says, corn liquor will pickle your innards. That's correct. Yeah. Redskin says, it was made in 2019. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, some Gatlinburg, Tennessee corn liquor here. 60% alcohol. Salud, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Cheers, Prost, all that good stuff, right down the hatch. Corn liquor face. Randy says, raising one for our dads. I teach tap dance these days and choreographed a number to Man of Constant Sorrow. Really, that's pretty cool. Jody says, don't know how you mix so much. Bad hangover. Yeah, I get pretty bad hangovers. Get Fiddle says, y'all trying to kill me here, laughing my ass off. Faye Vita says, Prost. German cheers. Sporty says, I wish we could see that, Randy. Not kidding. Redskin says, Ron, yes, my video on page. 2:30 almost. Damn. Might get off of here like in just a little bit. Ron says, Civil War used them for officers. The one I got is like a Navy pistol, like a Navy officer pistol. It's got the brass on there, you know, that don't rust with salt water. Sporty says, my niece and nephew compete on a prize-winning kids tap team here in Germany. Shit. Ron says, holy shit, Ed, I just about fell off my chair. That batch is powerful. Yeah, that fucking shit in that jar will fucking blow the head off your head, man. Let's say 2:30 here. Sporty says tap is great for kids. They're muscled little people who can learn on the fly and many cool things about team dancing. But yeah, before we leave here, yeah, $10 super chat for the Chinese fucking hooch with the the good old Marxist fucking Maoist red star on there with no English on the bottle that tastes like I don't know, pig shit infused with a vodka. $10 super chat for that. Ron says, time flies when you're having fun, Ed. Yeah, Didn't realize how late it was. Sporty says, when I started to earn tips, I'll be more able to tip back. Well, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much there, Sporty. But hey, you know, you can't afford to pay me, don't pay me, right? You know, I mean, you know, don't worry about it. Like, can't afford to tip me and shit. Redskin says, the Star, probably made in North Korea, sold in China. Now, it is Chinese liquor. It's baijiu, you know. Ron says, oh yeah, the pig shit fermentation I've heard so much about. Right. Sporty says, I can't even afford the bus out of my village. I live like a hermit with no job. She says, I can't afford to buy me an ice cream. Just doing that fucking ramen noodles lifestyle there. She says, when I want to. Sporty says, but in my new home, I'll start busking in the village square. That sounds cool. Yeah, I wish I could see like one of those old German like Altstadts, you know, the old town, like in the middle of town and stuff, like the old medieval part of town. Sporty says, then I will earn from my fabulous showmanship. Taylor says, do it, Sporty. Sporty says, you can tune into my lives after September, Edward. Okay, showing the fucking old town there. Get Fiddle says, Sweet Melissa from Allman Brothers. I don't know that one. You know, I know the song, you know, like I'm familiar with it, but I don't know it. Ron says, a substance earns good, Sporty. Ralphie says, pride and joy. Okay. We'll do that one for the road. You know, we'll do a shot for the road too. While I'm playing that, y'all vote on it. Let's see here. What's our choices here? You know what? Bring out the fucking Jeffersons. And some Jack. Yeah. Taylor says, Albert King. I'd probably do Pride and Joy. Ron says, you're out in 3 minutes, Ed. Maybe past that. Sporty says, Night Randy. Okay. Some liquors from fucking America here. Some Gentleman Jack Off. And some Jefferson's bourbon here. Y'all tell me which one. The Jeffersons or Gentleman Jack. And I'll play a song and we'll see what the votes are. And then we'll call it a night.
Call the sun to shine. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby with heart and soul. Love like ours, the one never grow. Whoa, she's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby, she's long and lean. Mess with her, you'll see a man get mean. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby like the finest of wine. Stick with her to the end of time. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby, heart and soul. Love like ours, the one will never grow. Oh, she's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy.
All right, y'all. Sporty Otter says, jigging with Jody. Redskin says, where'd you get a Gibson SG? Believe a musician's friend I bought that from. Yeah. Sporty says, Faye Vita is a cool username. Faye people of the United States. Sporty says, any wild fairy folk? I got me some green fairy here. I drank some earlier. Get Fiddle says, damn go, bro. Appreciate that. Taylor says, hell yes. Ron says, best song of the set. Thank you, man. Faye Vita says, yes, I'm a stone fairy. Sebastian says, well, brother, another great night of tunes and chat. Was thrilled that you showed one of my originals on here. That was awesome. Until next time, keep your stick on the ice. Cheers, man. I appreciate that very much, Sebastian. You have a good one. Sporty says, I'm from Chicago, but I can read Dutch. So can help you out, Faye Vita. Ralphie says, thanks, Ed. Happy 4th, y'all. Sporty says, if you need translating, Get Fiddle says, later, y'all. Sporty says, I can type English into German, and usually Dutch can read it. Same as we can read Dutch. All right, y'all. Probably going to get off of here now. Got to play the Batman tune. Shit. The traditional ending of the show. Y'all join me Wednesday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same bat time, same bat station. Sporty says, I was really surprised how much Danish I can read after I learned German. Probably kind of like a related language, yeah. Faye Veter says, a Sporty Otter in the north of Holland, Drenthe. Frank says, thanks, Ed. All the best. Sporty says, thanks for today, Ed. Well, yeah, thank you for showing up. Ron says, thanks, brother. All right, yeah, thank all of y'all for showing up to my chat here on this beautiful 4th of July weekend. Sporty says, at the coast fee. Faye Veda says, thanks, Ed, and chat members for the fun time. And I believe we'll end it right here. See y'all later. Y'all have a good one.